140 participants.
Ready.
Hello? Hello? Hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Chris, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, but there's a little feedback.
And what about echo?
There's still an echo.
There's still an echo.
Yes.
Yes, 1 second. Echo എല്ലാവർക്കും ഭയങ്കര എക്കോണെന്ന് അവർ പറയുന്നത് നീ നോക്കണല്ലോ പറയാം നമുക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല കാരണം നമ്മൾ പറയുന്ന അങ്ങനെ തിരിച്ചു വരാണെങ്കിൽ അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ഞാൻ നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് നിങ്ങൾ യൂട്യൂബിലാണ് എന്തിന്റെ സൂമില് യൂട്യൂബില് അതാരും നോക്കാം അതെ സൂമിൽ ചേർന്നോ അതായത് അവിടെ കിട്ടുന്നു
ഇതില് പറയുന്ന ആൾക്കറിയാലോ ഒരു വീഡിയോ
okay, so I think the Zoom capacity is almost maximum. So we'll start there. And all the attendees or the participants are seeing this on YouTube live. So it's getting ready, and maybe in within minutes we start.
Okay, our first speaker is also admitted. So I think the whole stage is set to begin. Good morning, everyone. So we are going to begin our two-day international conference on English literature and language education, embracing change in COVID times. It's nice to be with you all in this morning, 19th June 2020, to discuss the changes that COVID has created in the world. And my duty is to welcome the whole world to this international online conference. Dear friends, teachers, research scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to welcome you all to this great group where we'll be discussing the post-COVID scenario of teaching language and literature. We thought of such a conference when teachers all over the world were grappling with the difficult times. Most of them were finding it difficult to teach, and students, though they are digital natives, were finding it difficult to learn because this was a new situation. And I think this is going to prevail, and what next would be a new normal. We cannot even call it normal, but a new normal. So in this juncture, Christ College, Irinyalakuda, Kerala State, India, is holding a two-day international conference on English, literature, and language education to discuss what are the different steps that we should take towards effective teaching and learning of language and literature. And it is said that now technology rules the world. It is through technology now teaching learning process is happening. We call it online teaching, remote learning, but at the same time, teachers find little difficult sometimes because most of the teachers are digital immigrants, whereas students are digital natives. But there is going to be a big role change as far as teachers and students are concerned. Teachers will have to become facilitators, collaborators, coaches. Students, on the other side, will have to be self-motivated, self-regulated, and self-directed students. So there's going to be a big paradigm shift. And I would like to address my Indian friends that if a question is asked, what exactly changed? Or what exactly made digitization of education possible? Is it UGC or MHRD? But it would be surely COVID. Because UGC, MHRD, and all other educational agencies were trying to make or try to digitize education, but finally, COVID has done it. So let's think of the possibilities and also the opportunities of teaching in this mode rather than crying over the hurdles, threats, and challenges. So on this platform, we'll be discussing the challenges, at the same time, opportunities and possibilities of teaching language and literature effectively to our students. Teaching is often said to be reaching, and this is a wonderful chance for all of us to reach our students online and teach them effectively. So this conference is to deliberate on these issues that we have that we are facing, and hence we will together find some solutions, very positive solutions in these difficult times. And post-COVID scenario is also going to be something similar. Social distancing may be a norm, where most of our classes will turn to flipped classrooms, and many of other classes, face-to-face classes, will be limited. So let's see. Let's find some solutions very seriously during these 2 days. So it's a platform for your discussions, your deliberations, and something very solid will come out of it. With these words, I would like to welcome you all. Welcome the whole world. We have 100 plus participants from 52 countries and almost 40 plus presenters and 5 keynote speeches delivered by 6 keynote speakers. The lead speaker of the day is an American professor. As you all might have seen in the brochure, he is Berkinson Nicole Cyprian. He's at present teaching in the University of Rome, Italy. And the second speaker of the day is Gada Tosun from Egypt. Then we have other 3 speakers who will be addressing you tomorrow. That is Romel Tabula from Thailand, Mutmanev and Andius Rifan from Indonesia, and Chris Zita from Philippines. So let's put our heads together and find solid solutions for this. With these words, and wishing you 2 days of discussions and deliberations on English language, teaching, and literature education, I invite our principal of Christ College, Kerala, India, Reverend Dr. Jolie Andrews, to deliver his address and to inaugurate this international seminar. Thank you. Over to you, Father.
Am I audible to all of you? Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, Father.
Yes, Father, you're audible.
Yeah, then this is a wonderful opportunity here. So, in this inaugural session, I would like to share a few more things regarding the Christ College, which is an autonomous college. You know, this college was started in the year 1956 by the Devamada province of Carmelites of Mary Immaculate. This is an indigenous religious congregation which was founded in 1831 by St. Kuriakos Elias Chavra. He He was a saintly priest, a versatile genius, so that education is a tool for liberation, for enlightenment, and overall development. So this college that has been founded as per the provisions of Indian Constitution is a minority institution affiliated to University of Calicut and has been re-accredited by the NAC. NAC is an accreditation organization of India with highest grade A. Now this college has its motto Jivida Prabha, which means the light of life. I think this motto has got a very special relevance in the context of the present day international seminar that we are having here in the context of COVID-19. Now, this college has become in a way epicenter. You know that word epicenter is a hot word these days. Now this college has become an epicenter in the training in academics in different aspects, thanks to the visionary leadership that was given to it by the first principal Padma Bhushan, Father Gabriel. At present, we have got 26 UG programs, 16 PG programs, and 11 departments of PhD research guides. And if you have ever chance to come over to this Christ College, you'll really enjoy the lush, green, beautiful biodiversity campus which we have. Even I think a casual walk through this campus will strengthen your immunity, because we have got, and that has been also certified by different agencies, government agencies, by the number of awards which the country has, the university has by these days conferred upon our college. So now, when I look to the present theme of this mega seminar, you know, we are all struggling with this COVID-19 crisis. And I'm also a teacher. I'm teaching physics. In that way, I'm a little more friendly with the technological aspects of teaching. But born and brought up in a particular way of, or been modeled in a particular way, I always the conventional way of teaching. Now we have to switch on to a new type of teaching because there are no students here. Education institutions are almost closed, but only the students are coming over here. They are very, very active in the internet. And one good thing which we notice is that they are very active than many of us teachers who are here. And if we give them something, they're very, very active in responding to. So I think in this COVID-19 times, it is a duty of each of the members of the teaching community to equip themselves with the techniques by which we have to face it. And the relevance of these types of digital techniques in language development, especially the international language English. And that also has to be properly considered, especially because we know the same manner is there, especially when the language studies are going on, but there may be a kind of a withdrawal symptom by the teachers when new and new types of technological evolutions are coming forward. But I now think that now this is a time where we have to leap into those technological advancements whereby we may be able to fulfill our vocation as a teacher. So I congratulate the Department of English, the coordinator and the host, Dr. K.J. Varghese, has taken all the effort in order to organize this wonderful webinar, which has got more than 1,000 registrations, people attending from 48 different countries, having around 50 number of presentations, international presentations. So I especially congratulate them. I also take a word to appreciate the Department of English the HOD, Professor P. Tony, and all the members of the English department who have stood behind Dr. K.J. Varghese in order to make this webinar a wonderful success. So I hope you all will really enjoy this seminar, and these interactions will really help all of us. So we may be able to change in a way our aptitudes, our attitudes, and in that way we can become wonderful, beautiful, energetic, professional, equipped, digitally evolved in those ways teachers. May God bless you all. Have a wonderful time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. That was really inspirational, I should say, because we people, when we approach him for such a seminar, see the whole team of Christ, the technicians, the technologists, and Father Principal was ready to help us to any extent. So thank you, Father, for this highly motivating and inspirational words. Now, we'll go straight to the presentations without much ado, because we have almost 18 to 20 presentations today itself. So the whole seminar may go up to 2 to 15, though we have planned it for 1. I'm sure that it will go up to 2 o'clock. But let's see, because this is all part of the show. Okay, so with this, we are entering the first session of the conference, and it's my proud privilege to, in fact, introduce our first speaker, and he's none other than Dr. Begison Nicole Cyprian. He's an American professor, and at present, yes, and at present he is teaching in Sapienza University of Rome, Italy. And he's going to speak to us on teaching of English language and literature, collaboration and cooperation in blended learning. And he's the professor of MFL, Modern Foreign Languages, and he's an expert in English, Italian, Spanish, Romanian, and French. And he's also familiar with the cultures of all these languages. And also he's, in fact, translator and a linguist. And he's an official interpreter and translator of UN, NATO, UNICEF, FIFA, IMF, and whatnot. A lot of international bodies and institutions. He's an editor, proofreader, copywriter for many important publishers, and he's also working in many translation agencies. But above all, he's a teacher trainer, a professor of English. That's what interests us. So he is, in fact, a professor of great knowledge, a person who does around 10 webinars a day. And he has 5 BAs and 5 MAs to his credit. He has 4 PhDs, and he is now studying to get his 5th PhD. So, but the aspect which interested all of us, especially the Department of English, is his dedication to teaching. He's such a wonderful teacher, a very knowledgeable professor, and a great scholar. So let's listen to him. And he has promised us he'll be there with us on these 2 days and will be taking part in our discussions and deliberations. So Christ College and the whole world welcomes you, sir, to this international conference on English literature and language education in COVID times. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your introduction, Dr. Varghese. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today. So, my name is Nick, okay? I'm an American, the good type. Uh, I, I grew up in Brooklyn and Manhattan in New York City, United States. When I was 15, we moved to London, UK, and we stayed there for 5 years. Then we moved to Rome, Italy, and I've been living here ever since, and that is for more than 20 years. So, as you said, I am a linguist. To be more precise, I'm a neurolinguist, a psycholinguist, an ethnolinguist, a sociolinguist, and I'm also active in the fields of cognitive linguistics and all the branches of applied linguistics. Of course, I'm also a professor, an academic at the university level of modern foreign languages, as you said, English, Italian, Spanish, Romanian, and French, and of cultures, literature, and translation studies. So at this moment, I teach 4 languages, and of course, I can speak many more. So I think I could say that languages and cultures are my greatest passion. I'm currently learning other 3 languages, but I will spare you the details. Yeah. Unfortunately, I speak neither Hindi, Tamil, Urdu, nor other Indian languages. Nevertheless, I do speak a little Turkish, and I can remember many Turkish words and expressions every time I go to Turkey. Do you speak Turkey? Oh, you don't? No problem. Yeah. As you said, I'm also an official interpreter and translator for the United Nations, NATO, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNICEF, UEFA, FIFA, European Union, International Monetary Fund, and other international bodies and institutions. I am an editor, proofreader, and copywriter for many important publishers, literary agencies, translation agencies, and so on. And therefore, I'm totally immersed in books, magazines, newspapers, academic journals and papers, and so on. Above all, as you said, I am a teacher trainer, and a professor of English, African English, and Anglo-American language, literature, culture, and translation study at the University of Rome La Sapienza in Italy. And I'm also an official Cambridge Delta teacher, teacher trainer, and examiner, and an official Trinity College London Deep TESOL teacher, teacher trainer, and examiner. Actually, I have many other jobs, such as radio speaker, voice actor, dubber, copywriter, editor, proofreader, etc. But in the end, I think I'm just a humble teacher and educator who is always doing his best to help others understand the importance of education. Of course, both formal and informal. Okay. As I said, I have many qualifications, but let's say time for me is relative and not. I am happy with what I have achieved and with who I am, but I think I can still learn so many things, especially from conferences such as this one. So this is who I am. Nice to meet you all. Some of you already know me. And I just want to say that I love every person and every country on earth. And all I want is to see that there is peace among people and nations. Do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. So I would like to start my today's presentation. Yes, as Dr. Varghese said, I will be speaking about the importance of cooperation and collaboration in online teaching and learning. Of course, today we live in a different context. This is an emergency context to which I will not relate. I know it's very difficult for many teachers all around the world to, let's say, adapt their teaching methods and methodologies to the present context. But I would like to, let's say, give my presentation not being related to this present context, but to the context of education in general. So online teaching of English language and literature through collaborative and cooperative teaching and, of course, learning methods. So as you all know, I suppose it's extremely common for many teachers to require students to work in groups. However, certain types of groups and activities are preferred over others, okay? Some teachers have different methods, different methodologies, different techniques, you know, to teach students in groups, yes? So let's see today how to define and what is the cooperative learning, and of course discuss a bit its huge advantages in the online classroom, okay? We will also define and explain and discuss, of course, collaborative learning, and let's say explain how it is different in regards to cooperative learning. So let's see, cooperative learning, yes, as we all know, working together in a group can be a great experience for some people and a terrible experience for other people. You've probably realized by now that working in a group is pretty common in education, in both offline and now online education. Nevertheless, every group is not created equal, and therefore some groups function better than others. That's part of the reason why many teachers promote cooperative learning instead. In cooperative learning, students work together in small groups to complete a structured task or goal. It is more than just working in a group, as group work alone does not guarantee cooperative learning. As you may have experienced, when students are simply required to work together, they are usually rewarded based on their success of the entire group. It is all too often the case that only some members of the group do all the work. It cannot be said that all of the members are actually learning. On the other hand, in cooperative learning, members of the group are not only rewarded based on the success of the entire group, but are also individually accountable for their own work. The task or activity is structured in a way that requires the input and participation on every group member. As a result, all of the group members learn from each other. Cooperative learning is often confused with collaborative learning, but they are not the same thing. We'll discuss collaborative learning later in this lesson. I would like to give a very popular cooperative learning example, and that is the jigsaw. Yeah. So an example of a very popular cooperative learning activity that teachers use all around the world is jigsaw, where each student is required to research one section of the material and then teach it to the other members of the group. Just like a jigsaw puzzle, each piece or section, yes, is put together at the end, and only then does the entire picture make sense. For example, imagine you've been placed in a group that has been tasked with researching the life of Dr. Seuss. In Jigsaw, you and the members of your group would each be responsible for researching certain periods of his life. Let's say there are 4 members are responsible for researching his childhood, and the other members of your group are responsible for other periods of his life. When you are finished with your individual research, you report what you've learned to the other members of your group. Once everyone is finished with their reports, you have a complete picture of his entire life. So now you know who Dr. Seuss is. So in this way, and this is very important, Jigsaw activities are specifically structured so that the only access any member has to all of the information is through the work of other members. So everything is interconnected, yes? So if you don't listen to someone in your group, you will never know the information and you won't do well on the test that follows. So as a cooperative learning activity, Jigsaw provides a very efficient way for students to learn. Cooperative learning also has a number of other advantages. For example, as they work together, students learn how to socialize, solve problems, and handle conflict. Additionally, learning to cooperate with others is vital for success later in life, when you will become a professional, yes? Almost every company that a student will work for is likely to require them to work in a group at some point. So teamwork, yes, group work is very, very important. And now let's have a look at the elements, yes, of cooperative learning. As we discussed before, simply working in a group does not guarantee cooperative learning. There are 5 extremely important elements that define true cooperative learning in groups. 1, face-to-face interaction. Of course, you will say, today we are teaching in an online environment. So face-to-face means, yes, being on Zoom or being on Skype or on another platform. That is face-to-face too, even we are at a distance, yes. The second element is positive interdependence. The third element, individual accountability. The fourth, collaborative skills. And the fifth, group processing. So let's see them in detail. So face-to-face interaction is a bit counterintuitive because it doesn't necessarily mean face-to-face as in person. Yes, in person. It actually just refers to direct interaction. So as I have already mentioned, yes, it's about seeing, yes, each other and having this direct interaction. Therefore, it can be literally face-to-face, or it could be over the phone, on chat, via Skype, Zoom, email, and so on. Face-to-face interaction is just referring to the fact that group members have to actually interact in order to cooperate. The second element we mentioned is positive interdependence, which means that the group members rely on each other and can only succeed together, yes, as a whole. This goes hand in hand with the third element, which is individual accountability. As an interdependent group, each individual is responsible for his or her own work and can be held accountable for that work. The fourth element of cooperative learning is collaborative skills. The group members must be able to work together, but the ability to do so doesn't always come naturally. Sometimes these skills need to be taught. And the final element is group processing, which refers to the fact that the group needs to monitor itself to ensure that the group as a whole is working together effectively. So let's see some other examples of cooperative learning. Yes. So we saw the jigsaw previously. It is not the only one. So let's see the jigsaw 2 and reciprocal teaching. So as you can imagine, jigsaw 2 is extremely similar to the original jigsaw method. Just like jigsaw, the original method, members of the group are assigned separate pieces of the topic. But in this second version, and this is very important, individuals from different groups that have the same piece then become their own temporary group. In order to help each other, they become experts on that particular topic. Once they have become experts, they split up and go back to their original group. For example, picture your Dr. Seuss research group. Your group is not the only group in the class. There are 2 other groups that have the same assignment, Dr. Seuss. If you remember, you were responsible for researching the childhood of Dr. Seuss for your group. In Jigsaw 2, you would temporarily join individuals from other groups who are also responsible for his childhood. So you would then research it together and make sure everyone has the same information. Then you would go back to your original group to give your report. And as for the reciprocal teaching, I can only say that is different than both Jigsaw and Jigsaw 2. Using this method, students are placed in groups after a lesson, and they take turns asking and answering each other's questions about the information they have just learned. This is typically used as a method of reviewing for a test, and it's quite effective. Let's see now the second part of our presentation, in which we will be talking about collaborative learning. So as we said, cooperative learning and collaborative learning are not the same thing, and now we will see why. A learning construct that is extremely similar to cooperative learning is what we call collaborative learning. In collaborative learning, students complete a task or goal by working together as a true team. It's easy to confuse cooperative learning and collaborative learning, as we said before, and they are frequently used interchangeably. This confusion is understandable since both involve a group of students working together to complete a certain task or goal. However, the terms cooperating and collaborating represent 2 very different types of group interaction.
Udah biasanya adik Nurul.
When cooperating, sorry. Okay. However, when cooperating, yes, members of a group have agreed to work together because they recognize that they must work together in order for each person to gain something, such as a good grade, recognition. As we've discussed, cooperative learning is structured by the teacher, and he or she requires each student to participate in that group. The members are accountable because of the structure the teacher has created. In contrast, when members of a group collaborate, they don't just do it because it's a requirement. They like working as a group and they enjoy it because they value the contributions of each group member. And they truly believe that the end result will be better than if they had worked individually. So collaborative learning is not structured by the teacher. Instead, the group truly functions as a team. They share authority, accept personal responsibility, and hold each other accountable for their work. It's also important to note that collaborative learning is not the same as collaborative instruction, which we discussed with other teachers in another webinar. To make it clear and to make a long story short, collaborative instruction is when two or more teachers work together to plan, teach, and monitor a class. Collaborative learning instead is when students choose to work together as a team to accomplish the learning task or goal. So let's summarize the main points of this presentation. In summary, cooperative learning is more than simply working in a group. It involves working together towards a common goal or task in an activity that is structured so that every member of the group participates. Cooperative learning teaches students to work together and also improves social skills, problem-solving abilities, and conflict resolution. As we have already seen, there are several learning activities that teachers can use to promote cooperative learning in the classroom. And these include jigsaw 2, and reciprocal teaching. The elements required during any activity to qualify as true cooperative learning are face-to-face interaction, positive interdependence, individual accountability, collaborative skills, and group processing. Cooperative learning is often confused with collaborative learning, but the two represent very different types of group interaction. Members of cooperative learning groups participate because they are required to do so, and they are held individually accountable because of the teacher. On the other hand, members of collaborative learning groups enjoy working together because they value each person's contribution. They work together voluntarily and hold themselves individually accountable because they share authority and have a high level of respect for each other. So mutual respect is very important in, yes, collaborative, yes, learning. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. If you have any questions, I'm here for you. Yes.
Yes, sir. You can see it in the chat box. I mean, if the questions we are also looking for the questions. See, the YouTube live is on. So
Yes,
naturally, our
sir.
participants are on YouTube live. So while, I mean, by the time the questions are ready, let me ask you one question, sir. See,
Yes.
what is going to be the norm? See, it said that it's going to be new norm after COVID, new norm. Okay,
Oh,
or I mean, what would be it like? Maybe
well,
for teachers and students.
yes,
See,
yes.
what?
As I see it, the new normal,
Yeah, new normal. Correct.
yes, the new normal, yes, has to be something that includes cooperation and collaboration between
Yes.
teachers and students.
Mm.
Okay,
Okay.
between teachers and teachers from all around the world. Yes. Mm.
Yes.
Interpersonal. Okay.
Okay.
Intercultural,
Yeah.
multicultural,
Mm.
and social cultural, okay, and let's say worldwide social cultural, let's say skills and abilities, and also awareness. Yes. So I think the new normal refers to the fact that we teachers and they, our students, beloved students, yes, we will all have to work together, yes, towards, yes, reaching our common goals. Our common goals are very simple, yes. So let's say mutual respect and interaction, collaborative and cooperative, yes, learning and teaching, yes, so that there be peace, love, harmony on our planet, yes, and so that all our students, yes, can learn the true skills, yes, they need to be successful, yes, and this is a big word in life
Okay.
because success
Okay.
is something different for me and is something different for you, okay? But they need the skills, yes, for the next century, not for this
Okay.
century. So it will be something like, let's say, the global goals, yes, established by the United Nations, okay, which I teach every single day, are very important, yes, to acquire our common goal, yes. So we have to
Okay,
see
sir.
the big picture.
Yeah. See, there's a question from one of our presenters named Olivia.
Yes.
What exactly do we include in collaborative skill, and how can we instill in students as it's not very natural to some?
Yes. Let's say as we said, cooperative skills and collaborative skills are not the same, but they are they're interconnected. Yes. So
Yes.
you can use the same activities. Yes, the same activities we use in cooperative. Yes, learning, teaching. Yes, but adapt them. Yes, to the needs of collaborative. Okay,
Yeah.
education. Yes.
Okay.
So you can take the jigsaw, for example. No, or jigsaw
Yeah.
too.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir. There's a question related to Jigsaw too. Could you explain a bit more? Because the question regarding Jigsaw goes like this. See, sir, you mentioned Jigsaw as one of the tools of collaborative learning, and
yes,
the other as reciprocal learning. Can you
yes.
please elaborate on reciprocal learning? That's a
Well,
question.
reciprocal learning means what reciprocal means is I teach you to teach me, and you teach me to teach you. Okay,
Mhm.
so
Mm.
reciprocal learning is something which goes okay, just like a ping pong ball. Okay. Hmm?
Okay.
So I now pass the ball to you. Yes.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
So I challenge you. I challenge you. Okay. So help me. Yes. I'm helping you to help me. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And this is how we see it because it has to be reciprocal. Okay. So it has to be just like communication in this very moment. Okay. We
Okay.
are
Okay.
cooperating. We are cooperating, collaborating, and also, okay, we involve this method, yes, which is called reciprocal teaching learning, okay? Because you ask me, you challenge me, I challenge you, okay? And we learn from one another, okay? So help me to help you to help me, okay? So this
Okay,
is
okay.
what reciprocal means in just a couple of words, yeah?
Okay, sir. Another question would be like difference between, I think you have already said it, difference between collaborative and cooperative learning.
Oh, yes. So members of cooperative learning groups participate because they are required to do so by the teacher or by the boss, yes? So they are
Okay.
required, okay, to cooperate, yes?
Yeah. Okay.
For a common goal, of course, yes? So this is the task, this is the goal, okay? I'm asking you, I'm the teacher, I'm asking you, my students, yes, to cooperate, yes, because we have to reach this goal.
digital diplomas and degrees in teaching and learning of English in your own community, the community specific from the USA. And as I said, she's a trainer's trainer, helping other teachers to succeed. That also she owes to RELO, American Embassy. And she's into TESOL course certificate program. And she's working with TESOL International Association. And she's a specialist in teaching English to young learners. Okay, and she does it in University of Oregon. And she has a lot of diplomas and because we have in fact edited her profile very much. We had a cutthroat editing, I should say, and we have limited this to fit our screen. So it's Dr. Ghada Tawson Abdul Latif who will be speaking to us next. Hello, ma'am. You can start speaking and sharing your screen. So, yes, ma'am.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm so happy to be with you today. I hope you are all safe at home. I will begin with sharing my screen.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, it's visible, ma'am. Yes.
I'll speak today about English literature education in the post-COVID scenario. By the end of the session, we will be able to identify the role of an instructor in the post-COVID scenario, answer the questions of why teaching literature and what are the practical matters concerning the teaching of literature, know how does learning literature can develop language for skills, recognize how does teaching different aspects of literature affect learning language, know latest trends and various innovation teaching methods that make impact on the student understanding and interest, how to use technology to teach literature, how to teach literature online, and offer some tips to keep in mind while one teaches a piece of literature at the university level. First, I will speak about teaching process. The 21st century classroom has been a model shift in the learning styles of the student, and the dynamics of the teaching has changed accordingly. The role of an instructor is either evolving and challenging, trying to stimulate the curiosity of the student, satisfying it, and developing the generic skills of every learner. Making an impact in education, both in building knowledge and skills, in the challenging task for all the teachers. Faced with rapidly changing social needs, innovation in teaching methods has become necessary capability. The current lockdown has suddenly forced teachers to adapt mainly online. Can you all mute your microphones, please? Because there is some noise. Let us speak about why we teach literature. First, literature is a language focus. It provides rich content for new vocab and language structure. Learners have to deal with different linguistic forms and communicative functions, just like a native speaker. It helps with writing skills. It gives readers practice in forming different kinds of sentences, using different structures and working with different ways of connecting ideas. Reading literature also promotes oral work. Some of the speaking and writing activities can be done in connection with watching a movie based on a novel. Literature is culturally enriching. In literature, we find genuine language. It is past the test of time. It is meaningful. Literature, sorry. Literature speaks to people across cultures and time periods. Literature is engaging. It gets learners personally involved in the stories they read. Learners inhabit the text as they focus on the development of the story. They often relate to one or more characters emotionally. It is real world centered. It often puts learners in real life problem situations. When learners put themselves in the shoes of the characters, they practice their creativity. They practice their creativity and imagination in trying to solve these problems. Literature deals with universal themes that all human beings experience. Love, friendship, and revenge are some themes that always capture the imagination of students. It is motivating. If a piece of literature is well chosen, learners enjoy reading the story to its end. There are so many elements of a literary piece: the plot, the characters, its meaning, the language used, the social and historical context that get learners willingly talking and writing. Literature can help learners obtain a competence in target language, learn the usage of native expressions, speak accurately, and become more fluent and creative in the target language. Literature opens doors for opportunity and permits learners to ask, criticize, and investigate. So, using literature for teaching four language skills, including writing, reading, speaking, and listening, as well as language components such as grammar, vocab, and pronunciation, seem to have become very popular in the area of teaching and learning a foreign language since 2 decades ago. Literature provides opportunity for foreign language classes and can appeal to the student with various learning styles. Literary texts are reliable sources of linguistic inputs and can help the student practice the four skills: speaking, listening, reading, and writing. Literature can help the student enhance their perception of other cultures and societies. Also, literary texts can consider accurate subjects like love and war that one may experience in the real life or world. Literary text helps the students to activate their imagination and develop their emotions. So we will handle each branch of literature and see how to use it in teaching language. First, use of poetry in teaching language. Poetry is a significant genre of teaching and learning language skills. Some benefits of teaching poetry for language learning can be counted as follows. First, providing learners with different perspectives towards language applications. Motivating learners for personal understandings and details, evoking emotions and ideas in both heart and mind, making the learners familiar with figures of speech, metaphor, simile, etc. It can be noted that the learners become familiar with aspects such as the stress and the annotation of the foreign language through reading poetry. In addition, it should be noted that different types of poetry, such as epic, lyric, ballad, sonnet, etc., can be used in foreign language teaching. Using different types of poetry help learners become familiar with different kinds of language application, as well as different poetic styles. So, use of short story in teaching language. Short story can be seen as a significant genre of teaching language also. In short stories, characters play truly and metaphorically as individuals do in real life. Short stories are mirrors for human life. Short story can facilitating the learner's reading task because of being short and simple in comparison with other literary genres, promoting the learner's attitudes and knowledge on different cultures, offering a world of wonders and mystery, developing critical thinking ability, making the learners feel comfortable and free. Briefly, the application of short story is very effective in foreign language classrooms. Also, short stories, like other genres of literature, develop the intellectual, analytical abilities, as Serge says. We will discover how to use drama in teaching language. Drama is enriched source for teaching language. By using drama, the learners can learn the application of language. Drama can raise the learner's awareness towards the target language and culture. The instructors can use drama to promote the learner's comprehension of life experience. There is many advantages of teaching drama, as Lenore observes. First, stimulating the imagination and promoting creative thinking, developing critical thinking ability, increasing leading listening skills, increasing the learner empathy and awareness, reinforcing positive self-concept, providing the instructors with a fresh perspective on teaching, developing creativity, originality, sensitivity, flexibility, cooperation, and communication skills, helping the learners develop their level of competence with respect to their receptive and productive skills, helping the learners develop new opinions and thoughts. The use of drama can be a very effective way in communication-based language teaching. Drama helps the learners develop their understanding of the verbal as well as non-verbal features of the target language. Let's check use novel of teaching language. Novel can be a very rich source for developing linguistic structure as well as learning the target language. Choosing the suitable novel can give the learner enough motivation to learn the target language. Using novel can have the following benefits: developing the learner's knowledge about different cultures, traditions, societies, and people. Offering real life settings. Giving the learners the chance to use their creativity. Improving critical thinking ability, stimulating the learner's imagination. Developing both oral and written language skills. When selecting a novel for teaching language, the instructor should consider whether the novel has an interesting story that motivates the entire class. Moreover, characters, the themes, and setting of the novel should be considered in selecting a novel. Practical themes, ideas, motifs, and concepts that are developed in language classes should also exist in the novel. Totally using a suitable novel raises motivation and interest in learners. Although some learners may think reading a novel is boring, it can be an effective tool for developing reading comprehension, skills, and building vocab. In fact, reading a novel broadens the learner horizons and makes them aware of other culture and also develops their intercultural communication skills. We will check the latest trends and innovation in teaching and learning literature. Literature has faced uncountable changes ever since its existence. Passing through all the stages, it has flourished richly. Recent trends such as the e-books, technology, digital media, blogging, and other forms of social networking play an important role in English literature today. These trends are useful in promoting the exchange of ideas and access the vital information that assists the analysis of literary work. First, we have ebook and audio version technology. Ebooks, many titles which are available in printed versions can be read as ebooks, including best-selling fiction, classics, and reference texts. Audiobooks are distributed on any audio format available. Digital and social media. Digital media also proved to be important in improving the access and academic analysis of English literature. Literary work can be reviewed and individuals may discuss several issues through social media. Studies that would take much time and work before are now easier in the form of ebooks and audio versions of novels and stories. Blogging. Research articles and reviews are valid in many blogs that an academic may access. Blogging sites have given opportunity to upcoming and professional writers. They are getting more and more popular. Modern tools have helped literature become an equalizer between the haves and the have-nots. SMS has created new room for urban quotations and poems. Stories can now be presented in 140 characters or less. No wonder we say the world is growing smaller. We have also flash fiction and microfiction. Flash fiction and microfiction have sidelined long, elaborative patterns of writing. Flash fiction is trendy. It has limited words and the idea has to be flashy and catchy. Twitter fiction refers to original, self-contained works of fiction in each tweet published by Twitter users. Twitter fiction is being classified into certain new literary genres, which are given new names by combining the name of different genres with the name of the application. Twitter has come about as a revolution. Also, we have six-word novel. The six-word novel is a new field for writers to experiment. For example, One Gun, Two Shots, Three Dead by Marcy is an example of a six-word novel. This is a new fashion of writing which is challenging and creative. It may be easy to write a long narrative and a detailed novel, but writing a novel as short as 6 words required innovation. 100 years back, no one would have thought of writing a novel in 6 words. Dickens is definitely turning in his grave now. 6 words novels leave the reader curious and thoughtful. The meaning is also left to readers' understanding. It requires a lot of creativity and imagination. Earlier people used to spend hours in libraries, searching and reading up on information for their answers and the papers. Now, however, all one needs to do is Google. An entire world of information is accessible at the click of a mouse. The same is with dictionaries. Oxford, which once considered the Bible for literature students, is no more that important. Almost all the mobile phones have dictionaries, and if not that, there is still the web. Software like Word Web provides one with the meaning for almost all the world. Literature is also an art of writing. All the mentioned forms are not only new trends and ways of enhancing, but also alerting art. It has diverse, vital, and very natural forms, and unlike the conventional, it has gained huge popularity. It gives you the pleasure of knowledge and satisfies your curiosity in small and controlled doses. It definitely creates new and different genres of literature. These forms have come into acceptance because of their popular demand. These new and recent trends are unbelievable concepts from the point of view of anyone living few decades ago. Blogging, twittering, microblogging, 6-word novels, all of them are changing the trends of literature with regards to reading and writing. It's giving opportunity to upcoming talent and is helping decentralize the processes of who gets to publish what in the world of literature. Of course, these new trends are attractive and interesting, but according to some literary traditionalists, it is degrading the classics and the conventions of literature. But some thinkers feel that social media is preventing the development of art and literature. Many disadvantages are associated with modern technology regarding the decrease in quality of literary works. Literary works of such kinds are put off by internet slang, which according to them give rise to the abuse of language and the shallowness. There are non-formal free-form styles of writing, and they often neglect grammatical errors, wrong use of vocab, and have little respect for the great works of literature from which some of them copy. These are shorter than short stories. SMS and Facebook poetry has been claimed to have degraded the language, vocab, form, and conventions of writing too. Urban words and slangs are becoming common to every mouth. Grammar is lost and has almost disappeared in today's scenario. SMS language have ruined the rule of vocab and spelling. Spelling with missing vowels are now growing famous. The fast-paced life is short-lived for literature. No longer do many want to learn the detail of any book, grammar, or even poetry. Somehow, classics are now growing old-fashioned and boring. Anything that is short and interesting is definitely catchy for today's generation. So we can say that the advantage of such trends includes the ability to access quick information on literature for studying or literary works by others. However, various disadvantages are associated with modern technology regarding the decrease in quality of literary works. Then, how to use technology to teach literature. Due to the current circumstances, we have to use technology to teach literature. It has been a hot topic for years now. As teachers combine digital media with more traditional forms of teaching, online activities increase the interaction between instructor and student. Online resources are more accessible with a mobile app. Here are some ideas and things to think about if you are considering adding some extra technology to your classroom. First, make sure the technology serves the lesson and the student. Does the technology used help students understand the text better, or does it help them understand the technology better? The primary concern when using technology to teach literature is that it should help your students meet the learning objectives you have set for them. That is the case whether you are using computers or just books, pens, and paper. If you use a specific technology in your classroom, there should be a specific justification why that technology is essential to the lesson. But there are secondary concerns too. Teaching with technology that students understand and use themselves on a regular basis could help them engage more with the text you are teaching. Engaging in discourse about new forms of media, not just video games, but also graphic novels, fully interactive hypertext, etc., will better prepare students to think critically about these forms of media and how to analyze them as text. This could be important for their future success as these forms of media become increasingly prominent. You can teach a traditional text alongside um, of that text in a newer medium as with the, this choose your own adventure style. Game based on, for example, Shakespeare Hamlet. This could lead to all kinds of great discussions and textual analysis, and could help your student develop a new understanding of just what makes Shakespeare original text so powerful. Number two, use the internet to your advantage. Bind the power of the internet to your teaching vehicle by setting up a forum or comment section in which you and your student can discuss the books.
Recorded
There are a couple different advantages.
എളുപ്പാണ് എനിക്ക് ഒരു ഞാൻ നോക്കിയിട്ട് എനിക്ക് എന്റെ അത് സൈനപ്പ് ഒക്കെ ആക്കി പക്ഷെ
There are a couple different advantages to this approach. You can ask your student questions or post comments anytime. Answer a student question once and it is there for everyone to see. Students with similar questions get their problem solved at the same time, saving your time and effort. Of course, there are some things to be careful about. The internet can be a toxic environment. Make sure that when you set up your forum, the only people who can access it and post comments to it are you and your students. Privacy concerns. If you are unable to restrict access to only you and your student, then anyone who knows your forum's web address can access it. Students should be advised to provide as little personal information as possible. You may want to have your students use nicknames or handles rather than their real names. To make sure you and your student are the only ones who can post comments, you will all have to register accounts with the website hosting your forum. A more minor concern than the previous two, but it is still something to think about. Number 3, use technology to enhance traditional reading experience. New programs and reading platforms offer you quite a bit of flexibility in how you deliver teaching content to your students. Take the Actively Learn platform, for example. It allows you to embed questions, comments, and annotations into an ebook text. Your notes are sent through the internet directly to your students' copies of the ebook. Allow you to give them remote support anytime. Your students can also write their own notes and ask questions. May be explained or reviewed. For example, the difference between the theme of the book and its plot may be explained, saying that plot is what the characters do, and theme is a message or moral underlying such deeds. The literary terms help students to express their individual opinions on the different aspects of the novel once they have read the book. Number 2, show the movie. Now the several pieces of literature have been made into movies. They can be shown to the student either before or after reading them. It's a good idea to make the film version available as a language lab for students to watch them on their own. Number 3, preview the major characters. It is always advisable to introduce the characters to the student. When we provide description of the most important character's role in the story, the student will gain a head up for comprehension. The relationship among the various characters also may be explained so that the student may have a clear perception of what values, what experience, what ideas, or what sensibilities they dramatize. Number 4, present themes. For a piece of literature to be absorbing, it must work at a thematic level, addressing a universal concept to which students can relate. Therefore, introduce the major themes that the student will encounter. It is desirable to have a discussion time before as well as after reading to talk about the themes. Number 5, review unusual vocab. Encourage your student to use a standard dictionary since second language learners may come across unusual vocab. Teachers may also create a vocab list. These words may be reviewed. The traditional advice in this regard is to reassure students that they are not expected to understand every word they read, but encourage them to guess at the meaning of unfamiliar words and phrases. Number 6, set down a reading schedule. Students feel a special pride when they finish reading within a few days. However, it has been observed that a number of students have no idea about speed reading. Teachers should give training in faster reading so that reading will be a delightful experience and not a tedious task. Once a student become confident readers, they can become critical ones as well. 7, have discussion. Once the reading is done, students may be encouraged to discuss the features and their significance. In fact, discussion will be most beneficial activities to come from reading. Let the student talk about what they find interesting in it. Let the student discuss the author's message and their opinion of the issue. Teachers are to give discussion questions ahead time so that students may be allowed to think while they read and be more prepared for class discussion. I will show you quickly additional tips to keep in mind. Feel free to quote or even to modify slightly to make good works more accessible. Concentrate on universal theme, love, war, nature, and this. Let a student know that language is a way to understand the greatest issues, not the smallest. Don't be afraid to include some difficult element, new vocab structure they haven't mastered yet. Don't give wide background on the author and the historical situation. Avoid the deadly situation in which teacher knows all, student nothing. Work through the selection together using the techniques of close reading to draw out tone, structure, diction, and so on. Finally, don't stick to contemporary works. At the end, as you can see, the study of literature doesn't have to be boring. You can transform it into one of the most memorable learning experiences you offer to your students and instill in them a lifelong love of reading and language. Thank
Hello,
you.
ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am. That was a wonderful session, especially throwing light on teaching of literature.
Thank you.
That was fine. And we have a few questions, but we have very little time to, answer them. And we have the chair speech too. Now, shall I ask the questions, ma'am, from the chat box? Shall I?
Okay.
Okay. See, mainly there are very lengthy questions. I'll take some short questions maybe, because since we don't have much time. Yeah. See, one was how effectively can we incorporate learning of literature in an online classroom? Maybe, ma'am, you can speak in a few words. The question is, how effectively can we incorporate learning of literature in an online classroom? It's by Linda P. Joseph. The question comes from Linda.
I already discussed it through
Yes,
my...
you have discussed it. Yeah. So we'll,
Yeah.
you have already discussed it.
Maybe
right?
it is earlier than my slide.
And true. See, the question, in fact, was put before you discuss that topic. Okay.
Yeah.
Then how to teach inclusive literature to the students, especially in a class of diverse students, without making the child to form a negative opinion? That's a question. How to teach inclusive literature to the students, without a negative opinion from a student?
As I said in my presentation, we have to make it a enjoyable experience. They don't need to feel it is boring.
Mm.
Teaching and learning literature is very funny and enjoyable. So we can encourage them through many methods. For example, we can, if we are dealing with young learners, we can use Readers Theater. Readers Theater will be encourageable for them and make them learn literature with joy and fun.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, we have a few more questions, and as Nick said, we may save in all chats, and then we'll have a discussion. There are a few questions, and if time permits, I request you to stay online, ma'am. If time permits, and listen to our presenters too, because they are professors, associate professors, assistant professors, and research scholars. So maybe you can ask also a few questions to them so that they are more clear to others, okay, when they do the presentation. So any more questions? Shall I? I think Nick has unmuted, right?
Yes.
If you have any questions, sir, to Gada ma'am, or else we will go back to chair.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
These are not my questions. These
Okay.
are the questions that come from my very good friend.
Okay. Adrian Bal, okay. World and
English
Time.
literature at
Okay.
Yes.
Cambridge is the publisher, right?
We have been friends for a lifetime. He is now retired for many years.
Okay.
And in this book, which I wholeheartedly recommend everyone.
Okay. World and Time, Teaching Literature in Context. Okay, nice.
Adrian Barlow. Yes, I will write it in the chat box too.
Just write it in the chat box, sir, so that others can access the book. Maybe.
Yes. So in the first opening chapter, Professor Emeritus Adrian Barlow is asking, who writes and why? Who reads and why? Would the world be any better or any poorer without novels, poetry, or drama? Why do books matter? Why do they matter so much that the German poet Heinrich Heine was able to write back in 1820, wherever they burn books, eventually they will burn people too.
That's it, sir. So we all know books are so important, and being literature scholars and students and teachers, we all love books, and he has rightly said it. Wherever books are burned, people shall also be burned. Okay,
yes.
Right. Yes, sir. So that's it. So
what books do we choose for our students? So this is my question. What kind of literature we teach? Shall we teach Shakespeare, my dead and buried friend, Stratford upon Avon and London, theater, or for example, this book,
The Freedom Writer's Diary? Okay. Great.
Yes, this is the anniversary edition. So I teach this book rather than Shakespeare at doctoral students.
Oh, sir, that is something very debatable. See, the universities still think, Shakespeare, I don't know. Especially in literature discussions and debates, this question is often asked, whether Shakespeare is to be taught nowadays, or whether should we go for the contemporary literature. The debate is on, sir. So by the time, maybe tomorrow, when we wind up the session, let's talk something. Let's give something very solid, okay, to the listeners.
Yes, in the United States and in the United Kingdom, they are talking about taking out Shakespeare and company out of the curriculum.
I don't know how the Indian listeners and listeners from the especially second language listeners and foreign language listeners. Yeah, foreign language listeners, they are interested in the language only. But the second language listeners, I don't know how they would react to what you have said. Okay, taking out Shakespeare from the curriculum. Okay.
Outrageous.
I love
Yeah, that's it.
Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Me too.
See,
I'm a
on the other
scholar.
side, we
I'm a
have.
scholar in Shakespeare. So
Yeah. See, we all love Shakespeare. In fact, it's a Bible. It's a Bible of life.
Yes,
We go back to Shakespeare.
David Crystal. Yes, I teach
Yeah,
with
that's-
David Crystal. Yes,
David Crystal.
I'm a scholar in Shakespeare. Yes,
Yeah.
so I teach with David Crystal. Yes, so
David Crystal. That's
I'm
great.
one of
In
the
fact, we had
best
an interaction 2 weeks
scholars
back.
on Shakespeare.
Okay,
yes.
okay, ma'am. I think it's almost time to wind up. We cannot take any more questions, maybe, and we will all save the questions in the chat box, and maybe we'll have a discussion. And now I invite the chair of the session, Prashant Moti sir. He's the editor of an international journal, a very good friend of mine, and the Department of English, Christ College. I invite you to wind up the session, sir, as the chairman of this session. Prakash Moti sir.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're audible.
Good morning, one and all. Honorable Father Principal Dr. Jolly Andrews, sir, Dr. KJ Varghese, sir, and the entire team of the Christ College, and dear participants. I can see many known friends and academicians. At the outset, I need to congratulate the entire team of Christ College Kerala for two basic reasons. First, for organizing one-day international webinar on English literature and language education, embracing change in COVID-19 times, which I think is the need of an hour in the present globalized COVID-19 situation. And second, for inviting internationally and nationally acclaimed academicians like Dr. Burchisan from USA, Dr. Garda from Egypt, Dr. Roman from Thailand, Dr. Andri and Dr. Muti Manan from Indonesia, and Professor Chris from
Zida.
Yes, Philippines. Given an opportunity to listen their scholarly talks on various aspects of English literature and language education. As far as Dr. Garda ma'am's presentation is concerned, ma'am has meticulously talked about English literature education in the post-COVID-19 scenario. Ma'am has elaborately talked about teaching process of literature and why to teach literature. Then ma'am has thrown light on the use of poetry in teaching language, use of short story in teaching language, use of drama in teaching language, and the most important, the use of novel in teaching language. Further, ma'am has elaborately talked about latest trends and innovations of teaching literature like e-books, audio version, digital social medias, flash fictions, microfictions, 6-word novels, and using technology to teach literature. Towards the end of ma'am's talk, has given certain tips given by the experts while teaching literature. They are like review literary terms, show the movie, preview the major characters, present themes, encourage them to encourage them about vocabulary. And sir has already talked about word and word combination, reading and role play by discussion. Overall, ma'am was analytical, insightful, resourceful, informative, and innovative. We were all pleased and learned a lot from your fruitful and thought-provoking address. It was a very relevant to the theme of the webinar. It's an honor and privilege to listen to you, ma'am. We particularly like your latest trends and innovations of teaching, learning literature, and using technology to teach literature. Such international webinar on English literature and language education is meant to understand the meaning and to understand of English literature and language education. Such webinars are convenient, offer flexibility, bring education right to your home, offer more individual attention, help you to meet interesting people like international acclaimed speakers, give you real world experience, and promote lifelong learning English and literature, language education, have we can say teach us to self-discipline and more importantly connect you to the global village. As George Soros rightly says, and I often quote this statement: technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of a great teachers can be transformational. So we can use technology to teach literature, any kind of literature, whether it is a Shakespeare or any autobiographies or any motivational uh, literature. Once again, I need to congratulate and thank Honorable Father Principal Dr. Jolly Andrews sir, Dr. K.J. Varghese sir, and the entire team of the Christ College for giving me an opportunity to chair such informative and fruitful session. Thank you very much, one and all. Kindly unmute your mic, sir. Dr. Varghese sir.
Yeah. I've unmuted.
Sorry.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. Be with us
Pleasure is all mine. Thank you very much.
throughout the conference so that your interventions, your observations will always help us. Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, thank you. And now we are going to our presentations. There are around 18 presentations today, 18 to 19 presentations today. So before we go to the presentations, we are partnering with Orail Digital Language Labs. As our digital partner, we'll have a short video of Orail Edu software. They've come out with a online platform like Zoom or WebEx or the common platforms. They have a customized platform now. So let's get introduced to this platform now. So over to Orail for the presentation. Soon after that, we'll be starting our presentation in the given schedule. Okay. The presentation will begin with Busha Kunda. She's the first presenter. A selectee. Okay.
ഷെയർ ശരി.
വീടിന് മറ്റൊരു ഷെയറാവില്ലല്ലോ, എന്താ കുഴപ്പമില്ല. കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, കാണുമ്പോൾ വരുന്നുണ്ട് സൗണ്ട് കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് കാണിച്ചോ വരുന്നുണ്ട് പക്ഷെ സൗണ്ട് Saudi sound. മറ്റൊരു കാര്യം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സൗകര്യമില്ലല്ലോ.
വരാൻ പറഞ്ഞു
ഞാൻ
സാറേ എന്താ
അതെ
എന്താ ചെയ്തത്?
അതിൽ ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് എന്തെങ്കിലും വേറെ വീഡിയോ കാണാനല്ലോ.
Hello, we are trying to play the video. Okay, it's given in the video format. Some technological glitches. Let's see. Okay, or else we'll start with the presentations. If it doesn't work, we'll go with the presentation.
ചെറിയ സൗണ്ട് കേട്ടു. പോയിപ്പോ എന്ത് ചെയ്തു ശിക്ഷ ചെറുതാക്കിയാൽ ഇതിനെ ചെയ്യാം.
See, we are going with the presentations now. That video is not, in fact, working properly. Maybe some issues, some technological glitches. So we'll be beginning with the first presentation of the day. And I request all the presenters of today to be online, because you'll have to take questions from the participants. Okay? And the schedule has already been circulated, and I think you know the first present is Bushra, second presenter is Ansi Anthony, third one is Aishwarya JS, fourth Anne Mary Prince, fifth Christina Anto, sixth Dr. Anand M, seventh is Francis Bastin, eighth is Krishna K. Vijayan, ninth Kumara Balaji, 10th Miss Linda P. Joseph, 11th is Livia P.V., 12th is Dr. Meena Shrawat, 13th is Priyanka Banerjee, 14th Dr. R. Radhika, 15th it's Sajna, and 16 Mr. Subhajit Dey, 17 Shridit K. Mara, and 18 Stephen Maridas. So we are entering our presentation session, and all our keynote speakers are with us now. Hello, Mutmania ma'am. There are 3 speakers for tomorrow are Romel Tabula Sir from Thailand, Andy Asrifan and Nina ma'am from Indonesia, and Chris Zita from Philippines. And tomorrow's plenary sessions will again dwell on language education and literature teaching. So we are going for the first presentation. നോക്കാം
Also change in the educational spaces, more incorporation of online environment. My research will focus on the last 2 points, the multimodality and online environment. So the aim of this research is to examine the use of multimedia and online platforms to promote students' collaboration, understanding, and Bushra Khadr, I'm a student, PhD student from the English and
Hello. So we have the first presentation by Bushra now, educational TED, multimedia and collaboration between theory and practice. So we go for the presentation now.
Foreign Language University. Today I'll be presenting my topic. Bushra Khadr, I'm a student, PhD student from the English and Foreign Language University. Today I'll be presenting my topic, which is educational TED, multimedia and collaboration between theory and practice. The presentation, first I'll start with the background of the study, then the study, research hypothesis, findings and suggestions and implications. As we all know, the only constant thing is change. So this change can be also found in the concept of knowledge and literacy. As we all know, literacy initially was only about learning how to read and write, and now whoever cannot use computer is considered illiterate. There's also change in education from teaching content to teaching skills. It's not enough to know something. We need to know what to do with this thing, because now content is available to everyone. So it's not about teaching content anymore. Also, there's a change in the modality of learning, more reliance on multimodality, and there's also change in the educational spaces, more incorporation of online environment. My research will focus on the last 2 points, the multimodality and online environment. So the aim of this research is to examine the use of multimedia and online platforms to promote students' collaboration, understanding, and recreation of information. So to be able to achieve that, I designed a lesson on educational TED. I used it to create a lesson about pessimism and optimism, where a video and 2 texts were provided for the learners to watch, read, and respond to. Just bear with me for a second. I'll show you how it looks like. Sorry. So this is how it looks like. First, we have this is the video where participants can watch this video. It's just 3 minutes and a half, and then there are 6 MCQ questions, and there's Dig Deeper, where I provided the participants with 2 articles related to the content of the video, where they can write, where they can read it and understand the concepts better, and then there was the discussion here. In the light of what you watched and read, do you prefer to see the glass as half full or half empty? As we can see, the participants replied. Some of them replied to each other's comments, and others did not. This will be discussed later. So participants were asked to watch the video and read the articles without seeing the educational TED. They were sent to them as links first, and then write a summary of the main ideas. Then they were introduced to educational TED, asked to respond to the questions, the MCQs, and the discussion question, and then revise their writing if they want to. And also there was a set of reflective questions sent to them to grasp the effective factors involved in completing the tasks. The participants were 5 BS English students from the English and Foreign Language University, India. These participants have met the researcher only for 15 minutes regarding the tasks and have had no prior meetings. The other 4 students are BA English students from Shirin University, Latakia, Syria. These are former students of the researcher. So the hypothesis are first, participants will prefer the video to the written text, and this will reflect in their writing and their interview. Second, there will be no difference in performance between the students who knew the lesson planner and those who did not. And third, the discussion will change the understanding of the content and should help in generating new content for some participants. So as it comes to the first hypothesis, almost half of the participants, 4 out of 9, say they prefer the written mode to the video regardless of the content. However, one thing that should not be ignored, that 3 out of these 4 are from Syria where internet connection is slow. So it's not the multimodality that annoyed them or they didn't prefer. They didn't prefer the waiting for the video to buffer and all of that. So for us to be able to use online education, we should ensure that participants have enough resources to use these platforms. Second, there will be no difference in performance between the students who knew the lesson plan and who did not. During the interview, they all said that no, that didn't happen. However, when during texting, basically it was their text, some of them said, if it were someone I did not know, I might have written something a bit different. And another one said, I would not act in the same excitement if it wasn't her lesson. So here we can see that it actually affected the way they responded to the tasks. Another problem that can be faced is grouping of real life pals, which can be seen since the people who replied to each other, they were the students who knew each other from before and knew the researcher as well. So they were very comfortable with the monitor who is the researcher and with each other. So basically they're just like, you feel that they took over the discussion. The other participants who did not know the researcher, although they have known each other and they engaged in discussions in real life as classmates, they were not comfortable enough to post that online. And one of the Syrian students said, I hesitated actually to respond to the other participants who I did not know personally because I don't know their background or how they're used to discuss in real life. But still, it's so, although there's a misconception that online people will be more comfortable to function, but that did not reflect in this experiment, since people who did not, even if they knew each other and did not know the researcher, they did not engage in such a discussion. They were just like, okay, this is my opinion and that's it. They tried to be more on the safe side. The third hypothesis about the writing and generating new content. Second, the essays were only reviewed for grammatical and structural aspects rather than content. So all participants actually admitted that the discussion enriched their understanding in some way or another. However, when asked why they did not change their writing, they said they were convinced with what they already wrote. So again, I think it was not these students were not ready to use the online platforms. They're still holding on to their own opinion. Like they say, like, yeah, okay, the discussion was fine because it's disrespectful, in my opinion. It's disrespectful to say that I didn't like the discussion or the discussion was not enriching, but each one of them was convinced with her own opinion. So to conclude, so as we can see from this study, that the availability of online education does not mean that all can function productively within this environment. Preparations for the underlying concepts for successful online education, such as autonomy, we should teach students that they are responsible for their own learning and they are responsible for creating meaning from discussions online. Collaboration, they need to collaborate, they need to discuss, they need to know that they can actually benefit from each other's opinions and understandings, and the responsibility to construct meaning should be fostered in the learners to enable them to reap maximum benefit from online lessons. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much, and I'll be available for any further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was Bushra presenting. And now, if if you have questions, you can type it in the, I think Bushra is online, right? 1 second. Hostel hello. Okay. 1 second. Bushra, you can unmute. Now you can
Yes.
unmute. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're online. Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's see if there are any questions. We'll wait for the questions. Some are saying the screen is not that clear. Okay. See, there are a few questions. See, the one question is, how do you deal with the adaptability struggle? That's a question, Bushra.
Yeah.
How do you deal with the adaptability struggle? Okay, switching from traditional classroom to the what do you call new normal classroom? Right.
See, that's the problem, as I said in my presentation, that we need our students to be comfortable with dealing with online platforms with technology to start with. So we can do that either by giving them step-by-step instructions on how to join the online platforms and how to function in that. However, if the resources are not enough, this will be actually a huge struggle, and we will have to resort to pre-recorded classes or pre-recorded discussions, because internet connection, if it's slow, I think it's very difficult to deal with that.
Okay, that's fine. Now another question is, it said that it's just a clarification. What was the mode of interview you conducted?
So the interview actually was via texting, because as I said before, the internet connection in Syria was very slow, so I couldn't do a voice call or a video call. So it was actually via texting on Facebook Messenger, actually. So I texted them the questions and they texted their answers. And I know this is not ideal, but however,
Okay.
that was the only way to reach them.
But that was done well, I should say. Maybe in the new normal, that would be the best method. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's any other questions? See, I think, I think the questions to see, be online, Bushra. Maybe we'll have just a winding up of all presenters, all 18 together. So let's move on to the next presentation. Next presentation is by Ansi Anthony. Okay, so Bushra, be online. Let's see if any questions come later. Okay, so over to Ansi Anthony. Okay, we have the introduction. She's going to speak on fear and resilience, a journey through kaleidoscope and literary texts. Sound illa. അത് BLC.
Okay. So,
yes, Ansi Anthony is a PhD research scholar in Hindustan College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. And she has also worked as an assistant professor in Yuva Kshetra. Now let's listen to her presentation.
ഷിൻഡ പറയുന്നത് കേൾക്കണം. ഷിൻഡ പറയുന്ന കേൾക്കണം.
And my topic is Pandemic Fear and Resilience, a journey through kaleidoscope of literary texts. So what is pandemic literature? Pandemic literature is a body of art or literature that speaks about the direct and indirect experiences of author in pandemics or epidemics. From the Epic of Homer to President Lawrence's The End of October, we have come across how they have portrayed their experiences. Basically speaking, what pandemic literature features is panic, fear, and resiliences. Each text has the story to tell of their own. When we talk about novels on pandemic, we have Boccaccio's Decameron, which he wrote at the time of plague in Florence in 1348. 30 to 60% of population was wiped up in Europe. And to understand this, we all know that Boccaccio lived at that time, and hence he was able to understand what epidemic and isolation meant. Next, we have Daniel Defoe's A Journal of the Plague, which was published in 1722, and it accounts one man's experiences of the year in 1665, which highlights the bubonic plague that struck the city of London, known as Great Plague of London. Next, we have Jack London's The Scarlet Plague, which was published in 1912, and it is set up in Wild America, which takes place in 2073. The story takes place in 2073, 60 years after the spread of Red Death in 2013. Though it was published a century ago, it allows the reader to mirror the worldwide fear of pandemic in the present scenario. The other writer is Lingmar's Severance, which was published in 2018, and it's a pandemic zombie dystopian novel. It highlighted minimal coming of age story. It is a critique of exploitative capitalism and mindless consumerism. We also have other texts like Mary Shelley's The Last Man, Albert Camus' The Plague, Stephen King's The Stand, Margaret Dunn's Oryx and Cave. All these texts are very well portrayed how in pandemics people have survived. And this literature, pandemic literature, gives a kind of hope to the present generation or to the present world that even we can cope up with this pandemic. We know that fear is one of the elements of pandemic. So we always have a kind of what will happen next, what about our future. There's insecurity of job, there's insecurity of freedom. We always question in time of pandemic what will happen of freedom, because we are not able freely to move, and our movement is totally restricted. This is very well depicted in Michael Foucault's work entitled Panopticism in Discipline and Punish, which refers to nexus of complex, multiple, and relations of power knowledge at the origin of specific practices. In the work Birth of a Prison in 1975, he highlights a picture on the conception of ongoing management of COVID-19, which was the exact model of plague. And the main agenda of the disciplinary mechanism was to prevent spread of contagious diseases by imposing a strict control on the circulation of bodies. We know if we move freely and if we are infected with the virus, there are chances that we may infect others. So this disciplinary mechanism was indeed a necessary thing which the state has to impose. When the state imposed all these impositions such like lockdown, we were our movement was restricted, all started questioning why the need of it. But it is necessary to control this pandemic. So according to Foucault, the plague is made by order. Its function is to sort out every possible confusion that of diseases which is transmitted when bodies are mixed together. So here Foucault highlights a term called normalizing judgment, where the bodies who misbehave or go against law is punished. The strict action restricts the community because of the fear of penalty, and if the body disobeys, he is held responsible for the circulation of pandemic. So in short, if a person or if a body moves against the state, there are chances that we will be booked for it. Why? Because if we go out, there are chances that we may infect the pandemic to the other people. And hence, these bodies are being controlled. At this juncture, we feel that the individualistic ethics of neoliberalism requires a kind of social responsibility on behalf of all the individual. Here the state monitors regularly and constantly and suggestive of hierarchical observation or gaze that is prominent in present scenario, and it is the necessity of the hour. So at this juncture, we feel there's someone is watching, that it means that Big B is watching you, and there's a kind of insecurity. What about our privacy? And the act of government today, in terms of surveillance, can be seen as a positive reaction. This reaction includes confinement, observation, knowledge, and power through continuous monitoring. And here comes the idea of biopower. So through the highlighted work of Foucault's The History of Sexuality, it speaks about the politics of power during pandemic, which produces, decides and controls the body through discipline for the well-being of state, which clearly states that the state power in context of life and discipline. Next, we have another critic called Slavoj Zizek, who speaks about pandemic COVID-19 shakes the world, brings out the idea of a biblical context, touch me not. And now it is a current motto. Why? Because there are chances that we may infect the diseases. So this clearly states that in the times of pandemic, we are constantly warned by calls not to touch others, but to isolate ourselves. So in order to be away from such pandemics, it is necessary that we obey the rules set up by the government. Resilience. Resilience is another important thing. Why? Because we need to cope up with this pandemic. So in order to cope up with this pandemic, we need a strong relationship with family, friends and colleagues, and there should be a positive attitude and an ability to plan and anticipate for future challenges. So for this, media can play a good role to guide us. Next, in short, I can say that pandemic literature gives a kind of solace in midst of uncertainty. It helps to textualize real thing, and simultaneously it gives us the idea of survival is possible. In future, it makes us strong to rethink, relearn at the times of new normal. And yes, indeed, it's a high time for the betterment of whole world by accepting certain laws put forth and to raise voice for the truth. Thus, literary text has provided us with deep insight and solace in times of need. That's all from my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Ansi. It was a very intelligent presentation, I should say. Now, if there are any questions, Ansi, you can, I shall unmute you. You can unmute yourself. And if there are any questions, you can take now. So Ansi Anthony has unmuted. Any questions? Any questions? Let me see whether there are any questions in the chat box. Okay. Any questions? See, I think, and see, do you want to add something to what you said? You can have it now.
I wanted to add the writer John Stuart Mill. He speaks on in a context called on liberty, a harm principle.
Okay.
According to him, individual liberty is a kind of a sacrosanct, and it should be limited if it will harm others. To quote him, the sole end for which mankind are warranted, individually or collectively, in interfering with the liberty and action of any of their number is self-protection. So, according to harm principle, the authority gives the right aim so that they can curb the freedom in order for the well-being of the people.
Okay,
So
see, there's a question. There's a question here from Sharanya Narayanan. Yeah. So you mentioned that these texts can bring in hope to the humanity. Yes. What if the learner is disturbed by the fearful aspects? And how do you motivate them to be optimistic than pessimistic? That's a question.
All these literature has given a kind of a hope, because we have survived many other pandemics in the past. So automatically, we can also cope up with this pandemic. And this literature is a kind of a hope, both the literary text and the fiction.
Okay. That's fine. I think since time is running short, we'll go to the next presenter. Okay. Next presenter is Aishwarya. Yes, Aishwarya JS is online. We'll have Aishwarya's presentation next.
In virtual classrooms. Literature and pandemics have a long history together. Writers, poets wrote many classic works taking it as their inspiration. Literature was not just a means of creativity, but it also played a role as a healer. And COVID-19 pandemic is one such pandemic that changed various concepts of education that existed in the global scenario. India as a nation is known for its diverse culture, literature, and education system, but it all got stagnant because of COVID-19 pandemic. The education system and the mode of teaching that exists in India are quite outdated, and we are still in crossroads when implementing teaching with technology comes to picture, isn't it? It is evident that the teaching system in India is traditionally chalk and talk. And with change in time, we do need change in education system. There are various online courses, virtual classes that one can have access to from throughout the globe. This kind of exposure not only makes the student get that experience, but also helps in bringing confidence in him. Higher education is always a dream for many, as it is expensive and time consuming, and not everyone has the resource to pursue it. But online courses bring a break to it. They are affordable and time is utilized appropriately. This allows people to make use of their time and finance wisely. Internet has not only given opportunity for students but also for language teachers, because through virtual classes and online classes, teachers are able to connect with teachers around the globe. The online teachers and students form the new global tribe. They are indeed the future. From various language forums to availability of free ebooks, everything is easily available online. It is visible that both teachers and students are fulfilling their professional obligations amidst the crisis. But a universal question arises in relation to online teaching is how it helps literature and language students. The answer is quite simple. Online teaching apps such as Zoom, Google, web rooms, and Google Classrooms, they form the platform for teaching. The communication is easy, and at a time, students can interact, express their views in comments. Software like Broadcaster, Software Studio, and Screencast-O-Matic that I'm currently using, it actually enables us to upgrade our presentation. This not only helps in teaching, but also it records the session so that the students can go back and listen to the whole sessions all over again. Online teaching helps students to participate without being judged, and it builds their confidence. Many a times students get quite uncomfortable to participate in discussions during offline classes. It is obviously we have all experienced this, isn't it? As students or as teachers, we have had those kind of students who are quite shy to come and to represent or to participate. And in that case, Microsoft Teams, they help the students to perform group activity and interact with the teacher personally. And it also helps in getting their evaluation. E-learning has helped many literature students during the COVID-19 outbreak, as it not only continued their learning process but also came out as a therapeutic session. For people around the globe, poetry and literature are means of relaxation, wisdom. And in a situation of such health emergency, when everyone was confined to their houses, e-learning was there for the rescue. But one cannot say that it does not have some major setbacks. Many a times online teaching turns out to be monotonous, where the speaker, like me, goes on speaking and does not care about the student's response. So here, students must be very careful in selecting the course and the teachers. An English language teacher has to keep themselves motivated, to keep their students motivated. And during online classes, we see that they make it interactive session. They introduce surveys and Q&A sessions to keep the students entertained, and the classes and the seminars are kept small in order to increase its impact and importance. One of the major issues that the language or literature teachers are facing about online teaching is the assessment. During offline classes, there were examinations, there were results, and moreover, it was very time-consuming and straining. But with apps such as Google Forms, Surveys, Edmodo, evaluation and assessment, it's just a click away. Teachers can customize the questions according to their will and set a time limit and accordingly assess a student's progress. Another rising issue is about the data availability. In India, the networking connection and the internet quality is so low that the online classes gets hindered. The internet services are costly, and till date many villages in rural India, they do not have access to internet. So students in rural India may lose out their opportunity. In this matter, the government should take initiative in development of the required mode of teaching. It is very important for the teachers to be trained in this modern technology for teaching online. The teachers are going to be responsible for introducing this new apps and platforms to students. So they need to create a safe space for students. With increase of data availability and misuse of internet, cyber crimes are on rise. And because of that, cyber safety should be given highest importance. In a recent survey conducted by Fairgaze, a school community showed that 89% agreed that the pedagogy should be changed, and nearly 47 agreed that teachers should use online education portals. 58 did not agree that online portals would replace offline classrooms, and 55% felt that online education portals do not teach better than school teachers. And in another survey, parents are still afraid to send their children to schools even after the lockdown is lifted. So obviously, they have to make use of online classes. One cannot substitute the traditional method of teaching. Exactly. Just because online teaching has so many positive elements to it, there is no need to completely shift to it. But there is a need to balance between the old and the new system of teaching and learning. The current outdated curriculum and education must be updated and implemented to transform the lives of students. It would be foolishness to refuse the fact that virtual classrooms will continue to flourish, as it is not only inexpensive, time-saving, but also safe during this time of social distancing. For the effectiveness of teaching and learning, both teachers and students should put in equal efforts, as COVID-19 is something that we may have to learn to live with for months to come. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And that was a very insightful presentation. I think you are online. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello, Aishwarya? Hello? Are you online?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm online.
okay,
Sir.
online. Okay.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me say, I have one question that came in the YouTube channel. It goes like this.
Yes, sir.
Many villages in India where there
Yes,
is
sir.
no good internet connection, how are they supposed to join virtual classes? A very simple question which has been asked throughout India now, or maybe throughout world. See, what can these poor village people who don't have connectivity do to attend
Exactly,
virtual
sir.
classes?
Yes, sir. I had the same question while I was attending various webinars. Because, there have been many cases, exactly even in Kerala, where the students are not having laptops. They don't have any internet facilities. So when the teachers, when the schools or colleges are promoting and asking the students to have virtual classes, obviously it is going to be a huge trouble. So during that time, I feel that if the government or if the colleges and schools are telling that we are going to take online classes, even they should take that particular responsibility to provide them that facilities.
Okay.
I feel that it becomes the responsibility of the college or of the particular university or the government to provide them that kind of data availability. You can't expect everyone, it is not possible. Practical, it is not possible, but still they have to bring up certain initiatives. The government has to take up initiatives in order to provide those facilities for the students. There have been cases of students committing suicides just because they're not able to attend. Like, it is so horrible as a student or as a research scholar or even as a teacher to actually read that the small kids, small children, like, they are expected to attend online classes, but they don't have that facility.
Okay, I understand. And my area of research too is on ICT. So everyone speaks of digital divide these days.
Yes,
but,
sir. Yes.
But often when we speak of digital divide, there is no other course of action now. We can't help
Yes.
it. Okay.
Yes.
In a way, that's why in the beginning I said who in fact what do you call accelerated digitization of education. We can say it's not UGC, it's not MHRD, it's not the educational agencies, but COVID.
Yes.
Okay, so because they have been telling this for years
Yes.
together,
Yes.
and no big changes have happened. But now it's a necessity is the mother of
Exactly.
invention. So now it's must. So people are
Yes.
doing it, and I think it's going to stay on even in the post-COVID scenario. This kind of a kind of blended
Yes.
teaching and learning would be the order
Yes.
of the day. And flipped classrooms, which were only, we have heard of flipped classrooms only in presentations, in discussions. I think no one is practicing it.
Exactly. Yes.
But again, that's going to happen.
Yes.
I mean, flipped classrooms are going to happen where maybe teaching what happens in the classroom goes online, and classroom is made use for discussions. If you take, for example, the Bloom's taxonomy, that's very
Yes.
clear. We often reach only in the first two rungs, the lower parts, okay, understanding and remembering. And what about the other, what do you call, areas? So maybe it will be in that way. And there are a few questions more. See how the
Yes.
teachers can be equipped to create dynamic and interactive course materials. So that's a good question here. The question is regarding e-content, I think. How can you create dynamic and interactive course materials? Do you have anything to share on that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There are various forums for especially meant for teachers, for Google forums and so many forums that are specially devised and created for teachers who are teaching online. And online teaching has been there for like many years. And we as Indian teachers in India, we sort of came to know about it once COVID struck. That's what I
Yeah, that's
feel
it.
like. I sort of
That's
feel
true.
like
That's true.
that. Yeah.
See, it's in a way, and the questions are this. I think many of our students, many of our teachers are very much
Yes,
worried
sir.
about it. Okay,
Yes,
that's
sir.
it. See, again, the question is on: do you think online platform can be effective in doing the same? The same in the sense, see, there are other intellectual and modern intellectual. I think intellectual can be catered to, but what about emotional side? That's the question. I
Exactly.
think it's not
Yes.
there. The question is asked only about the intellectual side, but the
Yes.
emotional side is also important. So the
Yes.
question, to a certain extent, is how can we meet? I think by I would like to share one thing. When so many questions are asked on about online teaching, let me tell you, it's not hardware or it's not software, but it's a human ware that matters. That's what I wrote
Yes.
in my thesis.
Well
Human ware.
said,
And what is
sir.
this human ware? It's an
Yes.
individual teacher's ability to what you call devise his or her own class around the available technology with the latest pedagogies.
Oh, yes.
That would be the answer, I think. Otherwise,
Yes.
because I've been doing a lot of webinars, international ones, and this question was repeatedly asked by everyone, because everyone, it's everything is in a melting pot, I should say now, because no, most
Yes.
of us don't
Yes.
know what to do, what would be effective. I think through trial and error method, we would, and let's not wonder at these technologies. That's what I would like to tell you, because we don't wonder at a pen when we write, because it was a great technology before, a fountain pen.
Yes.
See, again, I mean, telephone was a big technology, but we don't wonder at that technology when we speak on the phone. So these things will be normalized, and they would come when our teachers will be happily blending online teaching and face-to-face teaching. That's it. Anything for you to add to it, or else we'll move on to the next one. Okay, so the
No.
time is running short.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay.
Yes, sir. Okay,
So
sir.
I think
Thank you
we'll
so much.
move on to the next presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now it's Anne Mary Prince, ballads of the North and alternative masculinities, a study, and she's a student pursuing masters in English literature from Mount Carmel College, Bangalore. And she's also interested in psychoanalysis, it seems, and culture and visual culture. So let's listen to her now.
The research aims to study Vadakan particle as. Good morning, everyone. I am Anne Mary Prince, and I'm from Mount Carmel College, Bangalore, pursuing my master's in English literature. My paper is titled Vadakan Particle and Alternative Masculinities, a Study, and it centers around minstrel songs, particularly ballads of the North that are indigenous to northern Kerala. The research aims to study Vadakan particle as oral narratives, negotiating with alternative masculinities. It understands alternative masculinities as a trajectory that involves analysis of masculinity separated from the notion of maleness. Ballads of the North are songs of medieval origin, primarily deriving its form from folk poetry and recollecting tales of legendary warriors and their military exploits. A large proportion of these put forth family feuds which are settled over Angam, which means duel unto death, or a combat of Kalari Paite, which is a form of martial arts. Ballads of the North were orally transmitted as work songs such as harvest songs, sowing songs, water pumping songs, and so on. The study aims to trace the cultural context of these ballads and their socio-political cultural history alongside ideals of heroism, masculinity, honor, and power they silhouette. Although the hierarchical caste system of the then Malabar region parallels the power politics of the same region, masculinity, honor, and thereby power are also accounted through a successful profile in these martial arts. With over 20 mainstream films in a span of about 58 years, drawing its essence from Vadakan particle, that is Ballads of the North, they have become a part of contemporary popular and visual culture. For my analysis, I consider two female characters, namely Unni Archa and Punyama, but due to the constraints of time, I only talk about Unni Archa. She is believed to have lived in the northern part of Kerala during the 16th century and is a very popular character in Kerala's folklore, remembered for her valor and skills in these martial arts. She was the first woman of the place to get a title of Chegava. She grew up to become an extremely independent woman, so much so that she had even had the strength of will to choose her own husband, spurning the advances of her cousin Chandu, and this was quite common of the women characters in these ballads. However, these women characters, titled empowered and independent primarily on the grounds of their excellence in martial arts and that too skilled enough to combat a man. And the presence of a man to fulfill their central desire is not out of picture. Archa vows not to bind her hair until she seeks vengeance for her brother's murder of Chandu. But she, who is known to defeat a Jonaka gang with just a wet towel, waits about 20 years, raises his son, teaches him all the techniques of martial arts, who is to behead his uncle and thereby seek vengeance. Similarly, a man's identity is also emasculated if he is defeated by a woman in combat. So my study problematizes this idea of femininity and masculinity as understood in these ballads, drawing theoretical support from the psychoanalytical concepts of phallic women and that of female masculinity as described by Jack Halberstam. It engages with the idea of hegemonic masculinity as the songs also portray gender performances defined by gender, caste and class. And it problematizes this construction of gender through hegemonic masculinity, which validates the possibility inherent in the assumed superiority of men above women. It throws light on other variants of hegemonic masculinity such as toxic masculinity, which renders the use of violence and aggression for the propagation of power. Toxic masculinity refers to stereotypically masculine gender roles that restrict the kind of emotions that can be expressed by boys and men, including social expectations that men seek to be dominant, that is the alpha male. So in this realm of understanding, the Angam or the duel stands the essential expression of aggression to manifest the traditional understanding of masculinity and maleness. The constant need of the male offspring of these traditional households to merge in with the traditionalistic and ritualistic patterns of masculinity could be read in the light of this aforementioned theory. However, the fundamental argument of my research presents itself in the third part, which builds on the heroines of these ballads, building on the theories of phallic women and female masculinity. Ballads of the North are essentially a celebration of masculinity. In a classical sense, they are a veneration of male masculinity projected through martial skills, and this is problematized in the study, which calls for a revision of this concept of masculinity. Essentially a work of queer theory, Jack Halberstam in his work Female Masculinity elucidates on the suppression of alternative masculinities through a formation of a stereotypical association between masculinity and maleness. The construction of social structures that weld masculinity to maleness and in turn to power and domination form a major part of this text. Further, it can be contested that female gender deviance is relatively acceptable than male gender deviance, provided the sense of a stable female identity. He deconstructs what is accepted as dominant masculinity, which is essentially white male masculinity, stressing on the integration of alternative masculinities and the separation of the attributes of maleness and masculinity. The outright hostility towards adult female masculinity, while prepubescent tomboyishness is considered harmless, is also talked about. So our character, Unni Archa, she is to maintain an exemplary balance between the feminine standards of beauty while she excelled in the martial arts. Her physical beauty in terms of its correspondence with the quintessential standards of femininity of the times and the vibrancy in her clothing takes ample space in these ballads. Her traditionally masculine ability in warfare has been validated socially by her essentially effeminate rendering. The second concept that I use of phallic women depicts any women possessing characteristics that are considered traditionally masculine. It derives itself from Freud's psychosexual stages of development. And the male child who develops the fetishistic substitutes in women to overcome the castration anxiety, the phallic woman represents the failure of such substitutions to replace the latent anxiety. A psychoanalytical framework extends the potential of Archa to be viewed as a representation of the notion of the phallic mother, the essential fetish being a sword and the wet towel as described in her incidents. Within popular and visual culture, particularly the visual adaptations of the oral traditions into narrative cinema, while the male voyeur character perceives the woman as the ultimate object of desire, he discovers that she is also an active phallic woman sexually involved with another man other than him, and this dissonance drives the man to murders and violent actions. It is this discrepancy between the assumed fantasy of the women as passive objects of desire, as saint, as accepting of only the viewer, and the contrasting reality of her autonomy and power, her transgression of her forced sexual boundaries, that forms the thread of these movies as like other psycho movies. Archa, who is promised to Chandu, transgressing this boundary of a sexual autonomy to choose her own husband, is to face the dissonance which drives the murder. This dissonance again is manifested in the failed suitors plotting against the other character that I discussed in my paper. While the visuals of these films manifest an eroticized image of these women subordinate to the power of the phallus, these narratives in a sense qualify women's gradual possession of the phallic power, particularly through their mastery in the martial arts. Also, subverting the traditionally saved seat of the object to be fetishized by the male gaze, these women emerge powerful through their control of men's sight and thereby through building agency and victory over men who try subjecting them. Phallic substitutes such as knives, swords, and cloth are usual representations that support psychoanalytical theory employed. And on this realm, while they cater to the male voyeurism, they reveal darker implications of male scopophilia. They enact the threat of castration anxiety that necessitates women being fetishized in the first place. Thus, they cater to the desire and fear in voyeur's gaze of the unattainable object of desire, that is the female. Now, about the limitations of my study, it will be focusing on this aspect of caste and gender, despite other various possibilities of examining these ballads from other theoretical spaces such as popular culture, performance studies, and so on. Also, the appropriation and misappropriation of these characters and their portrayal through distinct means of narrative cinema is also called to question. So that's to sum up my paper. Thank you.
So, thank you. Thank you, Anne-Marie Prince. And I've seen just one question. The question is, could you elaborate on the term alpha male? No, sorry. Yeah. You have unmuted. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So the question, one question which has been asked is, could you elaborate or explain the term alpha male, which you used in your presentation?
Yes. Yeah. I've used alpha male with respect to the theory of hegemonic masculinity, which is given by R.W. Connell in his work. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Just a minute. Hegemonic masculinity takes place in both so as a sociological idea and as part of gender order theory. So here I use it as a process of manipulation of a very significant proportion of the population, particularly through media and the organization of social and cultural institutions in ways that appear very natural, ordinary, and normal. that is certain aspects of what is considered traditionally masculine is projected on and is continued through these means such as media or anything to promote what is ideal. And that has been laid and propagated so much through the media that there has been an archetype or a stereotype of the alpha male,
Okay.
which takes on the stereotype of aggression associated with masculinity.
Okay. Hope the question, I mean, the answer is clear to the person who, asked the question. And now, we go on to the next presenter. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And be online. Okay, we'll have a discussion maybe at the end. Okay, now it's a turn of Christina Anto. Okay, and she's speaking on Polakan approach to Shonen Manka. Okay, so she's from Kerala, and she had her education, school education in Saudi Arabia, after which she obtained her BA in psychology, literature, and triple main it must be. Now she's doing her MA literature from Mount Carmel College, Bangalore. So she has registered she has completed her MA, and she has registered as a PhD research scholar in Cardiff University, England. So let's listen to the presentation of Christina now.
Concept of Western comics as Good morning. Today I will be presenting my paper, A Polakan Approach to Shonen Manga. To briefly introduce what manga is, they are Japanese comics or graphic narratives. However, they cannot be equated to the concept of Western comics as they are very different both in terms of content as well as structure. They're also very deeply rooted in Japanese culture, tracing their origins back to 11th century scrolls by Buddhist monks, as well as the 16th and 17th century ukiyo-e art style of Japan. Manga enjoys a significant degree of popularity both within the nation as well as with an international audience. In Japan, it brings in around 30% of the revenue earned by the entertainment industry and is a generally beloved form of entertainment within the nation. Now, based upon age and gender, manga is divided into 5 types, and the 5 main categories are shonen manga, which is meant for boys between the ages of 12 and 18, shoujo manga, which is meant for girls of the same age group, seinen manga, which is meant for men above the age of 18, josei manga, which is the female equivalent of seinen manga, and finally kodomo-muke manga, which is meant for children below the age of 12 of both genders. Now, this paper examines shonen manga and has selected 4 manga that have ranked at the top of the popularity charts during their publication periods. And the 4 manga are Naruto by Masashi Kishimoto, which looks at the story of a boy who wants to be the top ninja in his village. Tokyo Ghoul by Sui Ishida, which looks at the story of a boy who is half ghoul, half human and has to learn to navigate the world of both ghouls and humans. Shingeki no Kyojin by Hajime Isayama, which is set in a futuristic world where humanity is mostly eaten up by titans and the remaining humans have set up walls, and the story of a boy who wants to look but what the world is beyond these walls. And finally, Sword Art Online, which by Reiki Kawahara, which looks at the story of a boy who is trapped in a video game and can only get out by completing the game. Now, in this paper, I have used the theories of Griselda Pollock, who is a British visual theorist and culture analyst. She is known for challenging the role of women in art and the social structures that have led to such an exclusion. According to her essay, Modernism and the Spaces of Femininity, femininity is not the natural condition of female persons. It is a historically variable ideological construction of meanings for a sign, WOMAN, which is produced by and for another social group, which derives its identity and imagines superiority by manufacturing the spectre of this fantastic other. She utilizes Charles Baudelaire's concept of the flaneur. According to him, a flaneur is someone who derives pleasure from observing crowds while remaining in anonymity himself. He states that there can never be a flaneuse or a female equivalent, as women can never achieve anonymity because they do not belong in the public sphere. So Pollock applies this theory to how women can only identify with being the object of the male gaze and never as the one who does the looking. This is reflected within the 16th century French paintings that she studied, as well as in the manga examined by this paper, where women are depicted as the object of the male gaze and are shaped and regulated by this gaze. This paper also looks at the Ie ideology, which regulates the family system in Japan. According to this ideology, the head of the household, who is almost always male, enjoys absolute power within the family. This headship is also transferred through primogeniture. Women are relegated to the roles of wives and mothers, whose proper place is within the boundaries of the home. They are placed under the supervision of the male head and have little say in the family matters. The Japanese government still registers its citizens using the Koseki system, which records families and not individuals. Women are added under the name of the male head and cannot own a Koseki themselves. In the event of their marriage, their names are erased from their father's Koseki and added to that of their husband. It has been observed through surveys that shonen manga actually has a very high female readership, nearly making up 50% of its consumers. Most of these female readers tend to identify with the female lead, who on the surface appear to be an empowered woman depicting a high level of either physical or mental strength, or sometimes both. But a closer examination of shonen manga reveals a certain pattern in the characterization of the female leads, one which questions the freedom that they claim to possess. The female lead never takes action without first gaining approval from the hero, and often does not do much to contradict his arguments either. Like the Ie ideology dictates, women do not occupy positions of actual power where they are free to act upon the ideas that they present. On the rare occasion that they do, they end up in trouble and the hero has to step in to resolve the issue. Female leads also try to conform to the traditional concepts regarding feminine desirability. Even though she may have an outspoken personality who does not hesitate to speak her mind in front of other characters, she immediately tries to hide that side of her the moment the hero or her romantic interest appears on the scene, adopting a softer, cuter manner of speech and a more gentle bearing. She immediately becomes what the male gaze wants her to be, disregarding her own personality in the process. Since women are reading shonen manga, content that is meant for a male audience, the manga itself gives a subtle image of what happens when women step outside the home. By the end of almost each series, the female leads are shown as wives and mothers with no indication that they occupy any other role in society, despite the fact that they had played an important part in the proceedings before the period of calm arrived. Much like how women emerged from their homes into the public sphere at the time of the World Wars, women are allowed into the public area at a time of emergency. And in this series, it's usually when the villain disrupts the peace of the community that they're a part of. But once the crisis is averted, and mostly with the men taking a role in the front lines and the women at the sidelines, the female character is expected to return to the confines of the house so as to allow true peace to be maintained. Thus, the paper concludes that the representation of the female lead as an empowered woman is flawed, as the independence that they claim to possess is in fact determined by the terms that are set by the male hero. As a result, both the male and female readers are left with the impression that there is a limit regarding how much a woman can express herself, and that the limit must be strictly maintained so as to ensure the existence of a socially balanced community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. And could you just unmute now?
Hello?
She said, okay. All right. That was a nice presentation. Okay. We are having a variety from language, literature, and to the other end of theory now. So that's interesting. A question here is, don't you think predefined gender roles can limit a person's success and also can confuse them? I think it's your question, right?
Okay, so I think to some extent that is true, which is what I am actually questioning in the paper here, because although these women occupy other roles, such as, like being in medical fields or because these characters are in fields that are generally not occupied by women, but because gender roles exist, they still are limited to how far they can progress in them. So the only extent, they can never progress as far as the male leads. So that is actually a problem that comes about in manga, which is what this paper discusses.
Okay. Any other questions? Anything in the YouTube channel? Any questions? Okay, then Christina be online with us. Okay.
Okay.
And thanks for the presentation. And we move on to the next presenter. It's Dr. Ananthi M, Head and Associate Professor of Department of English, Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Sciences for Women. And she's going to present evolving a development-oriented comprehensive approaches using digital humanities to acquire reading skills. Okay, so we move on to the presentation now.
The organizers and the evening. It gives me immense pleasure to join you all through this international conference on English literature and language education, embracing change in COVID times. I should rather thank the organizers and the entire team of Christ College for giving us this opportunity in organizing this, and also granting us the platform and the opportunity. And the topic is very, very valid, and it is very much with regard to the current times, that is the COVID times, and how learning and all the other skills with regard to what are the skills at which we have to upgrade ourselves after the COVID-19 situation. So I really feel that this is a wonderful opportunity given to any one of us here, and I would rather thank Professor KJ Verghese and all the others in his team for providing us with opportunity. And over to my presentation. So my topic is evolving a development-oriented, comprehensive approach using digital humanities to acquire reading skills. And when it comes to reading skills, I would rather would like to introduce myself as a professor of English literature, and I've been teaching the language for the past 14 years. And according to me, I really believe that reading plays a major role and skills cannot be compared like this is the best and this is better than that. But I personally feel that reading skills are the very much important in gaining a language. The more skillful you are in the usage, the vocabulary, I think when the more you read, the more skillful you become in the case of writing, speaking, etc. And I really believe that reading is the base of all the other skills, and it is based on this. Though listening, any language is, it just starts. We acquire a language only through listening, but I really believe that reading plays a major role in clearing and in actually paving way for acquiring the skill in a better way. So that is why I have just taken this topic as acquiring this the reading skills using the online platforms. That is how to develop your reading skills, whatever is there. Like for example, if we take a student, he or she might be a basic reader or not even introduced to reading so far in their life except their academic textbooks. So if it is the case of such a student or a student who is good at reading and who has been into like different levels of reading, and we have a mixed bunch of students, so how can we cater to the needs of these students, the Z generation of students who are the digital natives actually. So gone are the days where we would just tell them that it is reading can only be acquired through a textbook. Now we have almost a lot of platforms for us to for improving us through a self-motivated way to improve our reading skills. And how are we to introduce these reading skills to students and how to improve them is my area or my topic. So the more you read, I would like to quote Dr. Sewell, the more you read, the more things you know, the more that you learn, the more places that you will go. So this is quote is rather it's a very clear one where he says that the more you read, the more things that you know, and the more things that you learn, the more places you will go. Here he does not only mean the physical places but also the mental the ability to travel more. Meaning to say that you when you know more, you will travel to greater places, the places wherein your knowledge will take you. So reading, when it is considered as a skill, it is not only a skill, but it develops the mind, the imagination and the creative side of a person. And in order to improve your vocabulary and spelling, and when it comes to communication, both in the written and spoken, reading skill plays a very major role. And it also plays a great new part in building a good self-image, that is the function which is necessary in today's society. As we can always see that people who are very good at orating, very good at communicating, are always looked, always considered to be someone greater. So it is always like the base skill. It just rests on reading. The more you read, the more skillful you become as an orator. So this is a small reading pyramid which most of you would have come across, which is the basis of reading. I've just tried to bring this as a picture. So this is, it is all available on the net, and some of you might have even, come across this. So this is called as a reading pyramid, where we can just see that there are some basic levels of reading, wherein if a student is very good at these levels, we can just see that they become very good in the skills are very easily they can acquire the reading skills, and they just move above, or they just move higher on the rungs of the reading ladder pretty quickly. So you can just see that it is the reading, the base, the concepts, that is as a child. It can also be, we cannot always say that children, we have to start reading habits as children. Yes, of course we have to, but if we are not that fortunate to come across the skills of reading at a very young age, you can also see that you can develop on this, following this pyramid. I think you can always acquire the skill. It's never too late to start. You can just see that children who have a very good phonemic awareness and the sounds of the letter develop reading faster. So they are able to, when they are able to grasp the sound of the letter, they are able to just quickly learn the tactics of reading. And you can also see that children who are very good at listening, and the way they acquire the phonic sounds, they are pretty quick in reading, in grasping the words. And also you can see that the third one speaks about fluency, which is nothing but the more you read, the more number of words you grasp, and the more number of words you have and you know, you can just see that your communicative ability also develops based on that. So building vocabulary is the utmost, the base step of reading, and you can just see that the more you read, the more words you know, and this building vocabulary becomes a very important part in your communicative ability, because the more words you know, the better you speak. And after knowing all this, that is the sound of the words, knowing more vocabulary, then we come to understand. It's like it just starts with small little paragraphs, and then it goes about to 2 to 3 pages, and a big essay, an article, and so always it just starts in very simple short paragraphs. First it is the base word, and then it is the sentence, and few sentences make a paragraph, and then with a few paragraphs you make a small article. So that is how you will have to build. All of a sudden we cannot just go and read a very big article and try to grasp the meaning. That is not always possible. So this is how the pyramid goes. That is, first it starts with the print concepts, the phonemic awareness, sound of the word, the phonics, the vocabulary, the fluency, the comprehension. With all this, it is towards, we can just say that we are on track with the the reading, the skill is right on track. So we can just see that there are 7 strategies which are which are called as the cognitive strategies, which are followed by very effective readers, and it just starts with activating, inferring, monitoring or clarifying, questioning, searching and selecting, summarizing and visualizing. It just always starts with activating. Activating is activating the mind, and to understand the word which is read. And inferring, that is understanding the concept or the meaning which is laden with the word. And then if at all you have a doubt, what happens is that you go clarify that word. There are different ways of clarifying. Sometimes if you really want to know the meaning, you go consult a dictionary, and nowadays many online platforms are available to check the meaning. But there is also one more word which is called as the identifying the contextual meaning. That is what role the word plays in a sentence. So with that you can, it is just the word, and you try to identify what that word might mean in a sentence, and then questioning what it might actually mean, and then searching, then summarizing, coming to summarizing, and after that it is the visualizing part. So though it is like it just happens to be 7 different words, I would say that it all is like one linked with the other. They are called the chain links. So with all this, for example, if you just apply a story, if you are going to read a story, first you read the story, that is word by word. You just go on, you understand what the story means, what are the words, are there any hard words for which you do not know the meaning, where you can just go question whether the sentence is actually, it means to say this or that, and then you search for the meaning, and then put everything together, and you visualize the concept. Now what happens, you completely understand the story. So the story is now right in front of you, like a kind of a movie or a film. It is just playing in front of you. So this is the strategies of learning. There are several online platforms available for reading. So for kids, I have just selected a few, which some of you might even have come across: PBS Kids, National Geographic Kids, and National Abysia.com. This is a very good one, which consists of computer games, and it's easy for children to grasp the words and their meanings. It's very easy, and children also will find it very, very interesting. Starfall.com, Info, the book, these are all very good. And when it comes to adult readers, those are for children. When it comes to adult readers, I would really find that there are lots and lots of platforms. You can just see that read, write, think, reading Rockets, reading Bear. These are all for adolescent readers. Reading Eggs, Choosito, Storyline Online, all these things are very, very good platforms to help you to read. And apart from that, I also would like to insist that social media also plays a very major role. For example, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. They play a very great role in improving your reading skills. I would say that if you are following people like Shashi Tharoor on Twitter, you will find that you are what a language is, how to speak, how to read, and what are the words that he uses. So there are sometimes you may have to go and consult the dictionary with the words which he uses. Sometimes it's not even there in the dictionary, but still you'll know like this is how the sentences must be formed. And Instagram also, Facebook also plays a major role. And when it comes to Facebook, there are lots and lots of sites available which you can just like and follow, and you'll be getting lots and lots of posts from those sites. For example, British Council, Cambridge English, all these they have their accounts on Facebook, and they will help you develop language in a better way. And YouTube and this during COVID-19 situation, you get lots of links, language related or skill related links, where you can just start from the basic level onwards. So you can be you can just self-teach. It is a self-taught platforms, and self-taught videos are there where you can just start from the basic word, the basic sound of the word. All those things are available. So with all this, I think it will be very easy, and anything that is it will just not come to you in a very simple way. So as far as reading is concerned, it is only practice makes a man perfect. The more you read, the more communicative ability you will have, and the more words that you know, a very good orator you can become. So with all this, I think I have come to the closure of this my presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello, ma'am. Thanks a lot. That was a wonderful presentation on a reading day. Today it seems it's a reading day, and the presentation was very apt. Ma'am, you have entered into all different kinds of nuances of reading. That was a wonderful presentation. And could you unmute, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, I have unmuted.
Oh, that's you're back from. I know that you're back from another webinar. So we have a few questions. One question is this: see, the digital natives, or the students of today, to a certain extent, have a kind of lack of attention, and they have very short attention spans. Just because of this digital media, their attention span has been reduced. So, and most of them are not reading, it is said, or they say that most of them are not reading. Francis's question. So, what can we do about it? How can we bring younger generation or digital natives back to reading? That's a question, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the question, because it is. I think this question is commonly will be shared by all of us, faculty members here. Those who teach literature will know.
Yes.
Because to tell you the truth, sir, when we teach fiction, we can just see that when we were students, we were asked to read the novel, and even before that, we would read the entire novels and finish it off.
Okay.
But here we can just find that the students are not reading at all. That is because they have a lot of other, what I can say, summary and the other things available on the internet, which can give them a quick reading.
Yeah, that's it. That's true, ma'am. What you say is true. That when we say they may not be going to books or magazines to read, but they do a lot of online reading. That's what you say.
Online reading. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Yes, sir. And whatever we we just cannot, it is very increasingly difficult for us to just give the book in their hands and make them to read, from the first till the last. So what we do here is, in order to increase, so this is just a kind of what I can say, a method that we follow.
Okay.
I really do not know whether it will be applicable, but maybe you can try. We have a kind of what I can say, practice called as each one take one. That is the practice. So what we do is we will give, for example, a class of 50. we have 50 students in a class. So we would select 50 different books. That is not only novels. That is for the higher level of students who are advanced learners. No, we have a mixed collection of books in these 50, starting from the starters onwards, starters level onwards. And we just take these books to the class. That is, these are the novels, the story books, kind of extensive reading books. So we keep all these books on the table, so students can come and pick the books. This happens like every week. The student has to just take one. For example, if we just do this on Monday, she has to finish reading of that book by Friday, and she has to come out with a review on Friday about that book she read.
Oh,
that is compulsory. That is a part, and we are giving assignment marks. We consider it as an assignment even. And what happens is that Friday she has to come, return the book, and take, like every other student also will be bringing the book. So they leave every the other books also. So what happens is that she can take any other book.
Okay, understand. I think many are practicing it. And Francis sir, that was your question. Do you want to add something? If you want, you can just unmute and speak something. Francis sir. That was your question. I just compressed it into just 1 or 2 sentences. You can unmute and speak, sir. You can unmute now and speak. Hello, sir. Say, I've asked you to unmute.
Yeah.
You can. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Varghese sir. Thank you. My concern was when children say that, or when students say that they will access reading material on the digital platform. Very often it happens that they are unable to complete their reading session. So I feel that rather than screen time, students should be like Anand said, they should be forced to read physical texts or physical books to the extent possible.
Maybe in hard copy, right? Okay, that's
that is what I thought.
So how can we bring them to read such books, right? When instead of online reading, maybe they are digital natives, and reading styles are evolving, so it may take time. I think Anandi ma'am also will agree with me in that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely.
Right. And then one more question, ma'am. It's what if the students are at different levels? See, often we have a mixed group. The question is like this. Often we have a mixed group. Students who are advanced readers and students who are occupy a lower level of reading. And how can we address them together? See, we have advanced readers. At the same time, we have readers who are beginners. So how can we address them at the same time? That's a question.
Yes. That's a very good question, sir. Actually, to tell you, like I've been granted with UGC grant fund of rupees 3 lakhs for my project on this, sir, on reading habits. So what I did was, I'm just sharing what I did, and as a part of the research proposal, I just sent this proposal to UGC and it was granted. So what happened was, I just selected a group of students. That is, for example, I to tell you the truth, I just selected 100 students, sir. It was a mixed bunch. It was not only students who could read very well. That is, the reading habits are, I think almost all professors will agree with me. The reading habits start at a very young age. That depends solely on your environment.
Ma'am, can you be very short? Maybe in
I
wanted to see. Because so many are waiting.
Okay. So what happens is that when children come from different backgrounds, not everybody has got that the credentials, or maybe they are not very much blessed with the environment of reading. Not every student is. So what happens is that we actually select books based upon different levels. We have 3 levels. That is the starters, movers, and flyers. It is called the 3 levels, which is actually I'm just borrowing the words from the British Council actually. So Cambridge also uses that, starters, movers, and flyers. So these are the 3 levels. So we have the mixed bunch of students, and we have 3 levels of books catering to their needs. Like for example, starters level is just a book comprising of just 10 lines, like what we read in a primary school, like a picture with the sentence. The next page will it's a story of 10 lines. And only those 10 lines, the student will be able to read the 10 lines, and it's a very, very small or short little story.
Okay. So, ma'am, can you just maybe put everything into 2 or 3 sentences so that we can move on to the next.
So the 3 levels, the 3, I completely understand. Sorry, sir. The 3 levels. So once they complete the first level, they go to the second level, which is slightly, a little higher than the first level, and then the final level. So what happens? Where they will be able to read. So this happened within 2 years, sir. A child wherein he or she was not even able to read was able to, after the end of the second year, she was able to read Enid Blyton.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
ma'am,
Yes.
could you
please.
just wind up because we are running short of time.
Yeah.
Today itself we have 11 to 12 presenters are waiting.
Yeah.
That's it.
I have finished, sir.
Okay.
So I just wish to say that it can happen with the book.
And it seems
it can happen.
Yeah, it can happen. Okay, thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation, especially on reading. Okay, ma'am, thanks for the presentation. We'll be moving on to the next presenter, and then we'll take up. If you want to speak, we'll give them a chance towards the end. Okay, thank you, and we go to the next presenter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, and
thank you.
stay back. Okay, stay online, ma'am. And now it is Francis Bastian, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, Christ College. He did his Master's in Business Administration, and he's currently pursuing MA in Mass Communication. 2 decades of corporate managerial experience in Indian multinationals, Aditya Birla, Tata Group, organizations handling advertising, marketing roles across various divisions. Okay, so he's passionate about acquisition and transfer of knowledge to young minds. And we understand your passion, sir, and you have put everything in that question that you asked, Anandi ma'am. And we go over to your presentation, sir. Okay. No.
In teaching. The year 2000. Co-paper presenters, participants, and organizers of this prestigious online international conference. My topic for this session is communication during online teaching. The year 2020 will probably be remembered as the year which divided history into pre-COVID and post-COVID times. COVID-19 has not just been a pandemic, but it has been an agent of disruption. Every aspect of life has been forced to change, be it transport, education, economy, industry, businesses, everything. Education has been no exception. But unlike other fields, education has not seen a complete stoppage of activity. The reason is online teaching. Online teaching was fairly evolved by the time COVID hit us. Now what we see is a transition of online teaching, an attempt to make it broad-based. This transition brings with its own set of challenges, and one is communication during online teaching. What are the challenges in communication during online teaching? These can be summarized into 3. One is setting the stage, 2nd, delivering the content, and 3, engaging the student. Let us look into detail each of these. First is setting the stage. Unlike early days where a teacher could walk into a classroom with just a book or even without a book, in case of online teaching, the content needs to be prepared and converted into digital format early enough. Whether it is synchronous or asynchronous, the data has to be prepared and it has to be transmitted or transferred in digital format. Point 2, earlier, based on a timetable, a teacher could walk into a classroom. It's not the same anymore. A teacher has to prepare a schedule and he has to send out announcements to students to be present at the time as in the schedule. Point 3,
Your recording and transmission mechanisms need to be checked. You will have the best of presentations going waste because you forgot to click the record button. So you have to have your recording systems and your transfer systems well equipped and ready. And the last, quick substitutions may not be possible in case of online teaching. Earlier, in case of a casualty or an emergency, another teacher could step into your shoes. In online teaching, because the sheer amount of effort and time it requires to prepare, a quick substitution may not be possible. The second challenge is with regard to content, delivering the content. In case of online teaching, exhaustive research and accuracy should be required. Your content should be error-free because it is possible for the students and all those who see it to verify the accuracy of your content. Not only should your content be accurate, the delivery of your content should be error-free, as it can be viewed repeatedly and it will be transmitted across the world. Point 3, your content should be extremely well organized. It should not be a case where your oral presentation goes one way and your visual presentation goes in another way. Your delivery needs to match the content that is being displayed. The last point here is, but the biggest point is lack of opportunity or flexibility to use body language. This is one of the most important advantages a teacher has in a conventional face-to-face classroom. In an online classroom, this advantage is not present. Challenge 3 is engaging the student. How do you engage the student when communicating in an online class? It is difficult to ascertain the mood of the class and to structure or change the class according to the students' feedback. Lack of instant feedback is a big problem as far as online teaching is concerned. Point 2 is that it is impossible to ensure unwavering attention or full participation from a student. How many times have you faced the difficulty of not being able to understand whether a student has gone through a lesson which you recorded and delivered online? Your electronic mechanisms will help you to understand whether the student has opened the session, but has he gone through it in full detail? You don't know. Point 3, difficulty in personally clarifying doubts, explaining one-to-one as in a face-to-face session. In early situations or in conventional situations, it will be possible for a student who has a doubt or who needs clarity on a particular topic to walk into a staff room, engage with the teacher and clarify his doubt, which is a difficult thing in an online session. Communication in online teaching, we have understood what are the challenges. Having understood the challenges, let us now move to the solutions. There are 3 solutions to all the problems we understood with regard to communicating during online teaching. These are, one is being human, second is being relevant, and the third is to be functional. Being human. Teachers should not be overwhelmed by the perceived ease or complexity of teaching online. It should not be a case where teachers find online teaching to be extremely easy. You by heart a subject or a topic and then deliver it and walk off. Or it should not be a case where the teacher feels that an online session is extremely complex, with a lot of apparatus, people, and systems and processes, that he refuses to invest time and attention in trying to understand and deliver online sessions. Point 2, you should take care to deliver that. Your content should be delivered not like a newsreader, but rather your content should be like a master transferring knowledge to his student. It should not be that you have a particular piece of news to be delivered to the student, you deliver it and then you move away. It should be like a master teaching his student, transferring knowledge to his student. Point 3, let your demeanor not be frozen. Have a warmth that radiates across the cameras and reaches your students. Be pleasant so that your students are put at ease. Next is use body language to the extent possible. Admittedly, we have constraints here. Your use of body language is restricted by your camera frames, your microphones, availability of lights, plus the fact that you have a notion that you are not teaching students live. But to the best extent possible, use body language. The last point is accept mistakes, snafus, but still move ahead. Whatever can go wrong will possibly go wrong. When we make mistakes, we should accept that it is human to make mistakes. Understand what the mistake was, try to correct it, and then proceed. The second solution is to be relevant. This is mostly related to content. Your content should be well researched and it should be presented with a view to student outcomes. If the content is relevant, the student will find that it sensitizes him. It forces him to think. It opens up to him new vistas of knowledge. Then it becomes relevant to him. So also, you should take care to ensure that your sessions are made lively. You can have debates, group work, online participation by resource persons without them being physically present. You can give students assignments, correct them, and give them feedback. Whatever you did to ensure your offline face-to-face classes were lively can be used in your online session as well, but in a different format. The last point here is brevity. Brevity is the soul of any online class. Your sessions should be brief enough so that the student's attention doesn't drift away. But at the same time, when your sessions are brief, it should not be a case that your students are left wanting for more. Be accessible to students, give them opportunity to come to you, to clarify their doubts, raise questions, be accessible to them for providing information and knowledge. The last solution is to be functional. Teachers have to invest time and effort to be enabled as confident digital communicators. A variety of tools are available, a variety of learning management systems like Moodle, Kahoot, Zoom, Skype, WebEx, Google Meet. Lot of tools, devices and processes are available. Teachers should take care to invest time and effort to be conversant with at least some of these tools so that they stay ahead on the learning curve with regard to their students. Second, professionalism should be a practice for teachers when doing online sessions. From fixing up schedules in advance to evaluating a student's assignment, teachers should bring in an element of professionalism into their online teaching. Point 3, infrastructure and personal requirement to be set up in advance. Of course, doing an online session is not easy. When you do online sessions, you might require infrastructural assistance as well as assistance from skilled personnel. Make sure you have all this in advance so that you do not feel distressed at the time of delivery of your session. The last point is to have empathy to those on the other side of the digital divide and to make digital learning, online learning inclusive. What good is your communication if half of the people you intend to are not able to receive your communication? These are people who are on the rain shadow of digital communication. They have no access to devices or instruments which will enable them to access your online teaching. So if your communication ought to be effective, you should take efforts to include those students who are on the unfortunate side of online learning. To sum up, our response to challenges and our ability to see opportunities will determine our success as competent communicators in online teaching. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. That was a wonderful session. Especially, I think your corporate experience have added up to teaching learning process. See, you have been working with the corporates, and naturally that is very much reflected in your presentation, sir. And I think teachers should follow what you have said. Let's see if any questions are there. Any questions? Any questions? See, how do you cater to those students who lack self-motivation? For example, in distance learning. I think it's a question for you, right? See, how do you cater to those who lack self-motivation? Because we all know self-motivation is a must. And I think I did mention it in our welcome speech. Students, though they are digital natives, they have to change a lot. They have to be self-motivated. They have to be self-regulated. They have to be self-directed. And Francis, sir, would you like to comment on that?
I would, thank you, Varghese sir. I would consider that no student is intrinsically not self-motivated. Only thing is that motivation might be hidden. It is the teacher's duty and skill to spark that motivation and bring it up. So every student might not be at the same level of motivation. There are people, even in my class, there are people, students who are highly motivated, and there are students whose motivation is latent. Teachers should take extra efforts to motivate those students. And in my experience, it is quite possible. There will be positive outcomes if a teacher takes extra effort to reach out to the student in person, know him in person, find out what is hindering him, and then bring him forth.
Oh, that's it, sir. So well said, sir. Well said. I think maybe if other questions come, we'll take it later. So thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. And we move on to the next presenter. It's Krishna K. Vijay. Krishna K. Vijay, and her topic as evolving perceptions towards the world of art in the lockdown period. Okay, something very relevant. And she's from Idukki. She has done her graduation from Athanasius College, Kodamangalam, and post-graduation from Basilius College, Kottayam. So, and she's at present working as a guest lecturer in MES College, Nedunkandam. So let's move on to her presentation now. പ്രശ്നം ഇപ്പൊ എന്ത് ചെയ്യാം മറ്റേത്
Things in a very optimistic view. Good morning. Welcome you all to my presentation, Evolving Perceptions Towards the World of Art During the Lockdown Period. As we all know, we are undergoing a terrific situation in this period, that is COVID-19. It has endangered our world and it is still causing a debilitating effect on it. But still, when we think things in a very optimistic view, certain things got changed in this pandemic era. The one thing I would say that is the long time constructed preconceived notions of the people towards art has changed tremendously. We know art helps to social change, or it leads to social change. It is a part of culture, even it itself is a culture. So we can move on to our first slide, that is culture. Culture. Culture is an ample establishment and a way of living. Customs, beliefs, institutions, etc. combine to form this way of living. The one thing that we have learned in this COVID time is that this way of living can also be altered regardless of its wide approval and acclaim among people. Popular culture is a counterpart of high culture and is so familiar for the ordinary people, one of the cultures. High culture is actually something which is used to distinguish the elite class. So it is hegemony. Raymond Williams, Culture is Ordinary is a work that is so relevant in this time also. It's relevant because culture is ordinary. Next slide. Evolving perceptions towards the world of art. During this lockdown time, people's attitude towards the art has changed tremendously. As we have mentioned in the first slide, their perceptions, their interpretations, their views have flipped dramatically. Art and culture equally influence the society by imposing values, changing their opinions, etc. Art leads to social change and culture is itself a social scenario that undergoes changes over time. Cinema, dance, music, theatre arts, photography, writers, sketches, and many such others comprises to form the world of art. These forms of arts were once a part of high culture, we know that. But now, in this pandemic era, we got to understand or we got to know that we can also access these high culture art forms. Ordinary people have got a likelihood to redefine their artistic talents that were once suppressed. Take for example, movie industry. So movie industry is a kind of industry that is very close to us. So we can take movie industry as an example. It was once believed that movie industry is an area where ordinary people could not reach. The most socially influencing field, cinema, has constrained now in this lockdown days, and that is very evident and it's quite natural too. Through the influence of virtual media, people exhibit their talent in TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, etc. So the people exhibit their talents through these easily accessible applications, through a smartphone. Next slide, hegemony of high culture. Okay. An Antonio Gramsci, he defines hegemony as the way in which dominant group in society, through a process of intellectual and moral leadership, seek to win the consent of subordinate groups in society. So we can see this definition, we can see this hegemony in cinema industry. That is nepotism. If a person in a film is a film actor, then their children will also come into that industry even if they don't want, and it is normalized too. It goes on like this. Even it is normalized by us. That is the irony. Revised platforms and easy accessibility. In this lockdown days, people use TikTok and YouTube as a major platform for displaying their acting skills. It is very obvious that anyone could access this application, unlike cinema feed. So it's very easy for us to access these applications through a smartphone. Now they can also be celebrities and they can also be artists. These platforms, even these platforms were there before lockdown, but the thing is that it has got spacious accessibility in this time where people are idle. We have nothing to do, or people have nothing to do in this lockdown period, and we use this time in order to show our talents through these fields or through these virtual media. Art got intensified in this time. The way people interpret another person's skills have changed. It's a very positive attitude from the people from us. They have got a lot more time to interpret an art in a fair and ethical way. Now many get appreciation, fame, acceptability for their passion and skills. Things have become easy but competitive at the same time. So now we have a lot more time in order to interpret an art, and also we have time to scrutinize it and analyze it. So it's very easy for us to interpret an art in a fair and ethical way. Least examples are from Kerala. Arun Pradeep is a very famous TikToker, and he's now doing web series in Malayalam. And Karthik Shankar, he's also a very famous person who does short films, and he's getting into film field. And the very interesting thing is that through YouTube channels, we can find livelihood out of our passion in the very early stage itself. Means we have time to do that. So that's the thing. Okay, that's the point in this lockdown time. Even in this platform, there is a tendency of split the people into the elite and the others. So the precarious situation is there in this time also. Regardless of that, many perform and exhibit their passion. Cinema is a field of high culture, made for mass culture, propagated and celebrated as popular culture. But these easily accessible platforms are the field of mass culture, made for mass culture and propagated as popular culture. Permanence of culture is ordinary. In Culture is Ordinary, Raymond Williams says, the making of society is the find of common meanings and directions, and its growth is an active debate and amendment under the pressures of experience, contact and discovery writing themselves into the land. He argued that culture is ordinary and not elite, giving an ethical approach to arts. So it's very clear that why or how culture is ordinary is relevant in this time. He puts forward two types of culture, that is tea shop culture and drinking hall culture. Tea shop culture is moreover connected with popular culture. Drinking hall culture is moreover connected with high culture. So that's a difference, major difference. Conclusion. As Raymond Williams says, every human society has its own shape, its own purpose, its own meanings. Every human society expresses these in institutions and in art and learning. Thus, it is crystal clear that art is an inevitable thing which shapes a society. So that delight, that's art, should not lean to a certain class of people. It should broaden among everyone, people, regardless of gender, class, caste, education, etc. Hegemony of high culture has to be seized. So thank you for hearing me. Thank you.
Okay, Krishna, K. Vijayan, so that was a wonderful presentation from your side. Let me see any questions are there. Of course, we are running.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible,
Okay,
Krishna.
thank
Could you just elaborate your topic in one or two sentences? Just tell for the common man. See, I think what you call ordinary people are also attending, maybe students. So could you just tell them what exactly, in very simple terms? There's another question here. but before that, when I was waiting for the question, see, don't you think visual media and other forms should sensitize rather than sensationalize? That's a question. Hear me?
Yes, sir, I can
Krishna, you
hear
can
you.
see, shall I repeat the question? Don't you think visual media and other forms should sensitize rather than sensationalize? That's the question.
Actually, I'm speaking here about the positive attitude from the people
Okay.
towards this virtual media, because
Yeah.
it's the lockdown period, and people have a lot more time to do things in virtual media. And I'm actually talking about the positive side of that virtual media.
Okay, okay. I think Nick, our first presenter, has something to contribute. Sir, you can speak, sir. Maybe for 1 minute, since we are running short of time. Unmute and speak, sir. You can contribute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ah.
Yeah, I would really like to
Yes, sir.
answer Francis and Saranaya.
Yeah,
who
Saranya and
were
Francis.
asking, yes, about self motivation. Yes.
Yes.
So let me just say it in a few words. Yes.
Yes.
Many scholars have studied motivation. Yes, in language learning, language acquisition. Yes, and they concluded that this is just an abstract, concept, and we cannot know what motivation really is and how motivation really acts, and affects our students. Let's say motivation is the basic notion of psychodidactics and presents itself as a key factor in foreign language learning, and I would say in every kind of learning. Yes, it doesn't matter what you are learning. Yes.
Yes.
So it's so important that it has been concluded that without motivation, there is no acquisition, and often no learning either. Motivation provides self-justification for the learning of a language or any other subject, yes, as I said, and represents the psychological relationship established between language learning and all the internal determinants, yes, of this learning process. It justifies, so to say, for the respective person, the effort required for studying that specific topic, language, subject. Yes.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Balboni, who's an Italian scholar in second language acquisition, points out that in language education, we identify at least two types of motivation. One is integrative, which is typical to the study of the mother tongue, and the second, because it refers to the desire to integrate into a group, and one more simply called instrumental, which is typical of the study of a foreign language to be used as a means of contact in meetings with foreigners or visits abroad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Porcelli, who's another scholar yet in second language acquisition here in Italy, summarizes Krashen's ideas and concludes that integrative motivation is defined as that for which a certain degree of psychological and cultural identification with second language speakers is desired, and it differs from instrumental motivation, which is the desire to learn a second language for practical purposes.
Okay.
Let's say we can develop motivation, yes, and not self-motivation, but motivation, yes. We can instill
this
feeling into our students only by understanding, let's say, the importance, yes, of their specific goals, yes, in learning something, yes.
Okay, sir. So thanks for well said, sir. Thank you very much. And we move on to the next presenter. Next presenter is, thank you, sir. Next presenter is our Kumara Balaji, is a research scholar from Department of English, Madurai Kamaraj University. So let's go on to the presentation. Okay.
Which greetings everyone. Nice to meet you all. I am R. Kumara Balaji, part-time research scholar, Department of English, Madurai University, Madurai, Tamil Nadu. I am working as a communication trainer with Beehive Communication Club since 2 years. Now I'm just going to present a paper entitled Thought of Alienation in Agat Sagit Ali's Postcard from Kashmir, which comes under the collection The Half-Inch Himalayas. Now we're just going to see about the poet. The poet was born in 1949 and grew up as a Muslim in Kashmir. He was an Indian-American Kashmiri poet. His collections include A Walk Through the Yellow Pages, The Half-Inch Himalayas, The Nostalgist, Map of America, The Country Without Post Office, Rooms Are Never Finished. It was the later a finalist for the National Book Award in 2001. Next, let's see a short detail of Kashmir. Short note of Kashmir. Until the 19th century, Kashmir was considered the valley region between the Himalayas and the Prepanjal mountain range. In 1949, it became a disputed territory administered between three regions, India, Pakistan and China. Once, Kashmir was under the control of Pakistan and by India too. When Pakistan controlled Kashmir, it is named as Zayed Kashmir. And when under the control of India, it was called as Kashmir. After the occupation of Kashmir by India, it has divided the native population and their national identity too. Now we're just going to see about the poet's thought of alienation. Alienation, despair and unrest are the most dominant themes in modern English poetry. It basically emanates from a particular socio-political environment where writers and poets feel marginalized and the distant continues to the choke by the ruthless ruling class. According to Hegel, there are two types of alienation. The type of alienation arises, the first type of alienation arises due to man's individuality or incapability in his personality and social substance. The second type of alienation is of the same level as the alienation expounded by Rousseau in The Principle of Social Contract, in which the theme of surrender or transfer of any right is vested. The sense of alienation is the most evident in the writings of diaspora writers who are caught up between the cultural spaces of the host land and their identity. The dislocation and to locate their culture is an alien culture pushes these writers on the margin of two countries. In the Indian diaspora, which is the largest diaspora in the world, also suffers the same fate while anticipating the host country and homeland. Diaspora writers or native writers, they project the collective consciousness of third world embroiled the name of identity, counter discourse to the totalitarian Orientalism and hegemonic use of English. The inward battle is shown when he looks at the photograph of Kashmir, which is about 4 into 6 inch photograph. Agat Sagit Ali can be compared with religion writers where the art is filled with the politics of their native countries. He focuses on a specific situation when he writes about the laws and this laws as named as India. Kashmir and his own clan Aga family in Kashmir. He says about the loss of his country and his native land and his family. His vision of Kashmir has reduced to the size of a photo card and compressed into a mailbox. In literary nomenclature, the essence of loss is a complex phenomenon and the thematic interpretations that embedded with psychological, emotional, artistic, social, and realistic undertones. The poet feels denationalized and finds himself without an identity. The poet, as an exiled Kashmiri, experienced three torments: the regret of ever having left his home, the pain of losing his identity in America, and the struggle in his mind about his absence in Kashmir. The territory of Kashmir is claimed by both India and Pakistan. Even China claimed to a small extent, and there was always a conflict and cultural differences. The territories controlled by India, Pakistan, and China were ensuing the Kashmiri population as where the national loyalty lies. This may be the reason as Agat Sagid Ali identifies himself as an American rather than an Indian or a Kashmiri, because he distanced himself from all the conflicts and bloodsheds or wars take place at his homeland. The Americans failed to notice the beauty of the land, but instead they observed the positions of India and Pakistan respectively. Even now we can see that, or we can notice that even Pakistan and India were fighting for Kashmir. So it happens. The thoughts of the poet. He says about the past, the loss, separation, dislocation, exile, which comes under the theme of alienation, where he recollects the past, how he lived in Kashmir, and his loss of culture, home, identity, stability, separation from his homeland, on his family, dislocation from his where he is located in America before he was located in Kashmir. Exile, he feels alienated and he lost his identity while he was in America. So now I'm just going to conclude. Kashmir is the most inflammable part between India and Pakistan. Due to the disturbance, many native people of the region migrated from there. Kashmir is the heaven of earth. Still, they are away from their homeland. Through this poem, poet tries to focus on the sentiment of the people of the Kashmir. Nostalgia for the motherland is a central theme of the poem. Poet is seeking the quest for identity, where poet wants to know his identity on and wants to place his identity in the American culture. So thank you. Have a jocund day. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. That was a different presentation, I should say, because
Thank
we
you,
have been discussing language education, teaching, literature education, and it's slightly different. We were taken into the world of literature by your presentation. Let me see whether any questions are there. Any questions? That's right. Sir, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is this your area of research?
No, sir. My area of research is based on Rohiton Mysteries novels.
Okay.
Exploitation of downtrodden, which
Then-
comes under marginalization and caste system, gender bias.
Okay. Then what made you go for this presentation?
So this made me that
Yeah.
I felt when I just came from my native land to a different part, I just feel alienated. When I just tempted to read this poem, it made me to my own land when I was looking at a photograph of my place.
Oh, great.
It was related to my life history, so I just tempted to do it. So, sir.
Anyway, sir, it was a nice presentation, and we were taken to that world of literature because recently we have been all into this teaching learning. And
Yes, sir.
thank you very much, sir. And,
Thank you, sir.
We are going to the next presentation.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, next presentation. Okay, so next presentation is by Linda P. Joseph. and she's an assistant professor at Carmel College, Mala, and her title is Digital Decorum and Changing Dialogue in Teaching Learning Space, our perspective, our reading. And her area of research interest involves gender studies, cultural studies, and literatures of diaspora. So over to you, Ms. Linda.
Opportunities to build social skills and strategies to help students succeed. What is a classroom for us? Is it this four-wall physical space with a teacher, a bunch of students, a chalk, a blackboard? Well, according to Weimar, an effective classroom is a space that provides relevant content, clear learning goals and feedback, opportunities to build social skills and strategies to help students succeed. A classroom is a space that transforms the learning experience of a student. It leads him or her to productivity, helps the person to attain agency to understand, reflect, and articulate the knowledge that's consumed. When a child enters a physical classroom, it's like entering into a mini community. It's peopled with co-learners from different backgrounds, possessing different attitudes and behavioral patterns. A physical classroom can be a fertile ground that initiate innovative practices, constructive learning, enable effective communication and inclusivity. A physical classroom is also a space that disseminates sociocultural ethos because it sensitizes learners to their environment, enable them to be socially committed and culturally conscious. So how can we and where can we position a teacher in this four-wall framework? In India, traditionally a teacher is adorned with this epithet of an all-knowing guru, and a learner is taught to be humble as they learn to wear the strands, the sacred strands of knowledge. Now keep in mind the word humble and sacred strands of knowledge. What is the reality of teaching learning as of in the present? We obviously know teacher is no longer the all-knowing entity because you can gather information from multiple sources just a click away. So it mandates a requirement that a teacher should remain updated and capable of processing the information into knowledge before passing the same on to a majority of digitally proficient learning community. But remember, it's the nature of the present generation that they don't exactly have the patience to wait to gather the knowledge. I remember reading an online journal which mentioned about how an online learner Googles a particular word in the search part, and if he or she has to wait for more than a few seconds for the page to load, immediately gets impatient and click on to the next window. Now, we know what is education via online. It's a virtual platform and you can deliver lectures synchronously or asynchronously. You have access to multimedia content, to global resources. It's more flexible and assumed to be a collaborative learning space. Now, the question is about physicality. This is where the problem happens because we have this congenital craving for contact. We want to feel, touch, and know that somebody is right there beside us. So it's this aspect of physicality that does wonders in a classroom. The presence of a teacher can be soothing, can evoke fearful reverence or a range of other emotions for a student, but there is a basic assurance. And it is this assurance of a person physically present which has become too visible a fissure which you need to give due attention to. There is this a shift from a tangible physicality to virtual physicality, and the problem arises because there is a virtual wall of divide between learners and teachers who stand at either end. They are connected but artificially, and that too with a missionary natured technology. It's a simulation of presence, and this is what problematizes the dynamics of teaching learning process. Now, what is the decorum that is mandated by the digital space? Obviously, there are a number of features that you see in physical classroom and incorporated in the online learning space too. We have virtual hand raising, we have chat box, discussion forums, feedback option, live discussion. So the decorum necessitate that both the learner and teacher maintain a cordiality that is virtual when the delivery is synchronous. Because the teacher always assume different faces in a physical classroom after detecting the mood of a particular student or a classroom. Now, when you look at asynchronous mode of delivery, a teacher is supposed to maintain an optimum tone, a pitch, a posture, which is mostly static, blended with the language of narration or oration, which is monotonous. So you focus more on content delivery and not in the effectiveness of how much this content reaches every stakeholder equally. And for a learner, he or she learns from the comfort zone, which can be bed, a sofa, dining table, outdoor. So he or she is relaxed, lying down, or in other postures that satisfy his comfort. And if they can simultaneously immerse in other online engagements. Now, I'm going to talk about a behavioral discipline that is required when you gather knowledge and when you consume knowledge. There are certain aspects of knowledge which require you to move out of your passive comfort zone and which require guidance. There needs to be a certain sort of discipline for managing time and for the holistic development of a learner. Now, speaking about the dialogue in teaching learning space, according to Mark Edmondson, the English professor at the University of Virginia, dialogue is not what happens in online space. It's not constructive dialogue. It's more of a monologue because it's so hard to locate the intellectual quotient of every learner. You're not able to read your learner. It's more about the language of grading, and the fact that course is delivered is all that matters. So what is missed out in this dialogue? Obviously, a teacher, that is a holistic term, becomes more of a mere instructor. It is difficult to assume the language of a facilitator. You find it hard to let your learner imbibe values, morals, and have the consciousness of being socially committed. Effective mentoring, guidance is difficult. It is difficult to read the mood of the class. And even if you try to keep in touch via email, it lacks the immediacy of contact. You may not be able to understand immediately or help out immediately the emotionally needy. And there are other behavioral implications because a learner who is active only on online and who is literally detached from being physically close to the peers and teacher may be incompetent to be equally active in all offline space, because online space allows you a certain amount of anonymity. And if you're active for much longer period on online, it disconnects you from the real environment, from actual learning, and can subsequently give you or interest in you a sense of isolation. You may be fast-paced techies, but you may lack the sensitivity to engage in immediate environment because it requires practical sessions. Remember, a virtual divide is the problem here because you learn when you are motivated, and an instructor or a teacher may not be able to gauge the extent of motivation that you have. Learning is a collective venture. It requires the learner and teacher to be in a collaborative, vital environment, and there is very little option for stress management or conflict management in an online class. So there are few viable options which are suggested as referred from Teaching Learning Online Communication Community in Assessment. This is about humanizing the course, ensuring that the course reaches your learners. This is about adjusting the tone, diffusing positivity. And if it requires communication, sensitive communication, do the same via private email and stay connected. This is what a few suggestions for online lectures is given. So that is it about my presentation. And one last point to be made. The problem arises only when, and possibly when, online classes completely replaces traditional classroom or traditional institution become mere administrative blocks. That's where the problem arises, because online classrooms have a number of deficiency that may not be able to cater to the holistic development of the learners. Having said so, I thank you everyone. I thank everyone for patiently listening to my presentation. Thank you again.
Thank you, Linda. That was a good presentation. You said that teachers are no more sages on the stage, but a guide on the side. I mean, teachers are not sages on the stage, but a guide on the side. And you proceeded to speak about or to analyze what do you call, the difficulties often faced by both students and teachers in online learning. So it was a nice presentation and apt to the situation and apt to the theme. Now let's see, there are responses saying that you have rightly said, and whatever you said is true. I think all the listeners, both on Zoom and on YouTube Live, are agreeing with you. Do you want something, anything to add to what you've said?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible. You're audible.
I very much appreciate the effort that we put into taking an online class, because I know, and we all know, that so far we've been doing pretty much a good job. But from what I've learned about my students, they face this difficulty of staying connected. We say technology connects us, but still they want to be in the presence of their peers and the teachers because they have been in that culture. So it's a little difficult to engage into this new normal in education. Maybe at one point of time, or gradually, if this situation continues for a point of time, we would sink into it. But for me, ideally, I believe that there, as you have said so many times before, and I've attended your webinars, that there should be a very good blend between traditional classroom, and we should be able to bring the world right into the classroom using all this media. That would be beneficial if you want to enhance the learning experience of a student.
Oh, that's great, Linda. You did what you call, took words from my own mouth when you said it. Okay, thanks for attending those webinars, and it was real what you call experience sharing your presentation, and I'm sure almost all our participants would have felt the same. Now we move on to the thank you, and we are moving on to the next presenter. It's Dr. Meena Sherawat. And she's a senior lecturer in DIET, ICRT Delhi. Okay, and the title of her presentation is Communicating Feedback to Online Learners. Okay, and she's associated with TESOL, Hornby Trust, associated with several educational projects, I'm sure, because our instructor in DIET will have so many association with different educational agencies. So, and she's also an expert in developing resource material for teachers and students. So over to you, Dr. Meena Sherawat. And we'll be having Livia's presentation towards the end, because she has sent it in online mode. So naturally, we can take up only at the end.
COVID-19 across all the viewers. I am Dr. Meena Sherawat, Senior Lecturer in DIET Kumarera, SCRT Delhi. Today the theme of my paper is Communication during Online Teaching. And my topic is Communicating Feedback to Online Learners. We all know that schools are affected due to the pandemic COVID-19 across the world. We all see that we all are involved now in online teaching. With this, a sudden shift has taken place, and that is the adoption of online teaching learning. In this scenario, the teacher's role is changing as class go online. Teachers are adopting and adapting various means in their online classes. But certainly, we cannot ignore the errors that children are making during the online teaching. We should provide them with the feedback and correction. But the question is, how? How can we communicate with them to give feedback during their online classes? For this purpose, the paper which I'll be presenting has defined feedback as communication of information to the learners that help the learner reflect on the information gathered, construct their own knowledge relevant to learning, and set further learning goals. As feedback allows learner to gauge their progress, and I'll be also sharing the slides with you. Yes, as feedback allow us to look at the, yes, yeah, it gives us the scope to reflect and reflect back to our things. So what here I need to say is that learners value feedback that reports their progress, encourages them to recognize their efforts, and provide guidance. We should not solely focus on teachers' feedback, but also try to create opportunities for self-reflection, peer review, group feedback, and also the technological feedback. So here we are going to share some of the areas through which we can use technology, use the digitalized world in giving feedback. The first thing is the track changes in the world. Turning on track changes gives you and your students a way to make changes that they spot. The changes are like suggestions that you can review and then remove them or make them permanent. Here, when you go for the track changes, you will see that the deletions are marked through strike through and additions are marked with underline. And suppose if you give this as a group work and peers are also giving their feedback, so all the feedback which has been given by the different peers will have the change in the colors. So every feedback will be in different colors. As you can see in the slide, that the things have been the things which they have striked out is being mentioned with the red color, and they have strike through, and the another one is it has been underlined. Similarly, in this we also have an option of insert or delete a comment. For this, you again have to go to the review and then add new comment. Here you get the opportunity to add a comment, edit a comment, and also you can reply to a comment. Similarly, we have one more way, that is write and improve. If we want to go to this, we have to go to writeandimprove.com. This is really a very useful website and can give you feedback on your writing then and there. So what it does, it checks the author's feedback, the one who have entered their text in that, and also shows it in different colors. And if you want to check it again after correcting that, it will again give you the feedback after improving it. So you will be seeing in the slide that as you can see, there are some triangles, pentagons, and some green color. So this shows that here triangle shows that you have forget something to add. The eye shows here that the thing is incorrect. Or do you want to add something? Again, you can see that the highlighted thing, so it also highlights the thing. If it is in pink color, you are correct. If it is in orange color, there is some problem. So this helps you to go further. Next is listening comprehension with listenwise.com. We often, when even we are teaching in the face-to-face mode, we often ignore this skill because we are not able to provide much opportunity to them to listen and then check their comprehension. But this listenwise.com helps you to practice listening comprehension. For this, what you can do is, at the initial stage, there are short 2 minutes news stories, which you may ask your learners to listen. And they are free to listen that as many times as they want to do that. After that, they have to take 5 question-based quiz. And the moment they submit the quiz, then the result is there. They can immediately see what went wrong. And after you answer the questions, you will see how good listener you are. So it gives you the scope for an individual to reflect on their areas of improvement. So we can try this in our online classrooms. Then is reading comprehension. Now here you can prepare a reading passage and share that to your students. And after sharing that, then you can give them a Google Forms link, because the Google form allows you to ask both sort of open-ended and closed-ended questions. And here you can ask the questions in different forms. You can give drop-down menus, multiple choice, short answer text as per your need. And here, while planning comprehension, we can plan at 3 levels. We can prepare some questions, develop some questions based on literal, that's the surface level, some inferential, and some evaluative, that is beyond the text. But make sure when we are assessing or trying to give feedback online, we should not try to give many questions. So try to give only 5 to 6 questions so that they can easily read and answer the things. Then next is speaking using Woki.com. See, this is a very wonderful, fun tool, and if you'll try this, you will realize that students really enjoy using it. And the beautiful thing is this is they can customize their appearance. It means what they say and share. It is not necessary that their picture or name will appear on that. And now students create a character as per their creativity and record up to 60 seconds. And then they can share those recordings with the teacher and with the peers. But here as a teacher, what we should do is we should also share with them some of the rubrics so that they can understand what language part they are supposed to assess and give feedback to their peers, or what sort of feedback they are looking for. And in the beginning, what can we do is we can ask them to read the story and retell those stories, or we can ask them to listen some stories and retell that story, because it will help them to improve comprehension and make inferences and develop thinking skills. In the next slide, you can see that how they can create or customize their own way, so that it is not necessary to share their identity, but what they can do is they can have the true and great feedback and then apply those and reflect upon that in their classroom. Scope of reflecting. So always after every task, give them some scope for reflection. What you can ask is, how do you feel about the task? How did you enjoy? What did you find challenging? Because here they can freely share with you what are some of the challenges. What have you learned? And how have you learned? So we can say that technology can add value with marking to students' work, and it can provide feedback on students' writing and aspects of speaking, listening, reading, writing. It means covering almost all the skills. So by marking students' work, technology can reduce the burden on teacher and give them more time for classroom teaching, although it cannot offer the depth a teacher can provide to their students. But still, because we are in such way, so we can take the assistance and help of technology. And we all know that our learners are the members of online learning community, so we should involve them as active participants in providing feedback via online learning, discussions, group work, and in this way we can give feedback multiple times and in multiple ways. And the last quote, which I really love, I want to share with you. Thinking about thinking has to be the principal ingredient of any empowering practice of teaching learning process. Thank you. That's all about.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi. The session was really nice. And see, we are taking the time. That's it. See, we have seen some of the responses from the attendees that they have skipped their lunch. Okay, I think we are giving you a feast of literature education, and that's why. Another thing regarding feedback forms, we'll be providing the feedback form tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow, because this is a 2-day international conference. And ma'am, I think we don't have many questions for you, but let's see. If any question comes up, we'll discuss at the end, ma'am. Do you want to add something to what you've said, ma'am?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. because in the online teaching, they are not really able to involve the students, and sometimes they become the passive learners. And
Okay.
you know, there's a famous saying that tell me and I forget, teach
Yeah.
me and I may remember,
Yes.
involve me and I learn. So
Yeah.
though we know that we all are in online mode, but still we should try to find the means by which we can really involve our learners and make them learn something instead of only telling them and making them
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. See, in the beginning, we planned not to take questions, just what do you call presentation or streaming, a seamless streaming of presentations. Then we thought it would be nice to discuss. So maybe tomorrow, it won't go up to maybe, but it will go up to in YouTube because we have more presentations tomorrow. So there is nothing wrong if you can keep some snacks with you and attend. Okay. As you go for movies, because it's learning anywhere, anytime. Now we pass on to the next presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Okay. Next presentation is by Priyanka Banerjee, and she's a research scholar in Rabindranath Tagore University. And we are going to her presentation now.
Flourishing even amidst from Kolkata. I'm a research scholar from Rabindra Bharati University. The title of my paper is The Rising Power of Literature During the Pandemic. Well, we all are now facing a crisis all over the world due to this pandemic. The virus COVID-19 has successfully paralyzed our social life. But has it been successful in resisting the flourish of literature? No. Even literature has not stopped flourishing even amidst such a chaotic situation, and one finds infinite possibilities to explore this extremely beautiful, sensuous, and magical world of literature that provides one with numerous avenues to explore the innermost depths of one's consciousness. In my paper, The Rising Power of Literature, I have tried to explore several aspects of literature, like the graphic novels. I have focused on the graphic novels, the novels of Margaret Atwood, and on her few poems to show how, even during such a horrible time when, things are really falling apart. I'm quoting from Getz's The Second Coming. Things are really falling apart and mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. Literature is definitely a strong source of infinite energy, and it works as a healing power. It energizes our minds and our soul. Focus on Albert Camus and Margaret Atwood's novels. Albert Camus' The Plague is an existential novel that conveys the message that though this world is a world of vacant dreams and insignificant existence, the plague provides a moral opportunity for people to find themselves in the struggle of sacrifices to work for the greater good. And Margaret Atwood, in one of her talk shows, says that it's the best of times, it's the worst of times. How you experience this time will be in part up to you. Well, Margaret Atwood has created dystopias in Oryx and Crake by depicting the collapsed civilization, and she has spoken, our locked down world might be an unpleasant, frightening, disagreeable place you don't want to be, but it is not dystopian. In my paper, I have also dealt with a few graphic novels and have tried to show how these graphic novels wonderfully, divert our attention from this present crisis to a different world where life is definitely a beautiful ceremony. Anne of Green Gables, Maria Marshden's beautiful rendition of this classic tale allows readers to dive into nature and celebrate the world we live in. Anne of Green Gables is sure to inspire readers to stay true to themselves and enjoy life even during hardships. Let's think about another graphic novel, that's Bloom. This graphic novel is written by Kevin Panetta and illustrated by Savannah Ganuccia. Ori is done with high school and wants to start a new life in the city with his new band. That is, if he can convince his dad to let him quit the family bakery. The next one is the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl series by Ryan North, illustrated by Erica Henderson. So Squirrel Girl saves the world with her bushy tail and squirrel powers. Alongside her stands her faithful and adorable sidekick Tippy Toe. The earthy tones and humorous narrator allows readers a chance to dive into another world. Pumpkinheads by Rainbow Rowell. Deja and Josiah are best friends who work at Pumpkin Patch. As we are missing trips and tours now, we can just pick the graphic novel up and live vicariously through it. It's a lovely adventure that one experiences while reading the graphic novel. Well, let's focus on this picture now, that's poetry. I have also reflected on poetry and I have picked up a few poems for this presentation. One is Lockdown, that's Brother Richard Hendricks' poem Lockdown. It went viral as the world resonated with it. In this poem, he speaks of the birds that have begun to sing again and of skies that have turned blue again. He shared it as a Facebook post on March 13 and it starts there. So I'm quoting from the poem. Yes, there is fear. Yes, there is isolation. Yes, there is panic buying. Yes, there is sickness. Yes, there is even death. But they say that in Wuhan, after so many years of noise, you can hear the birds again. So this is the positive force of literature. This is the rising power of literature. I think it's only possible through literature. Another poem I would like to quote again, that is Simon Armitage, and this is also a poem, Lockdown. The name of this poem is also Lockdown. This is a fantastic poem. I'm quoting from this poem, Armitage. He remembers the villagers of Yam in Derbyshire who locked themselves up during the 17th century outbreak of plague. I'm reciting the poem, some of the lines of the poem. And I couldn't escape the waking dream of infected fleas in the warp and weft of soggy cloth by the tailor's hearth. Well, I would also like to quote from another poem. That's a fantastic poem written by Christine Flins, and the name of her poem is An Imagined Letter from COVID-19 to Humans, which was shared over 27,000 times on social media and is still being passed around. In it, she writes, "Despite what you might think or feel, we are not the enemy. We are messenger. We are ally. We are a balancing force. We are asking you to stop, to be still, to listen." Thank you.
Again, it was a presentation which took us to the world of literature. And I think we'll be moving on to the next presenter. Is Priyanka online? Because she had told me that it would be difficult for her to be online. So we are passing on to the next presentation. Okay. And the next presenter is Dr. R. Radhika. She's an associate professor of Department of English, Kumaranguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore. And she has a doctorate in the field of American literature and 15 years of experience teaching English language and literature. And she's also an approved guide of Bharatiya University. So without much ado, we are proceeding to her presentation.
Language classroom. Good morning to all. This is Dr. Radhika, Associate Professor in the Department of English, Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore. I extend my sincere thanks to the Christ College for organizing this international conference during this COVID situation. And my paper here is the role of digital humanities in English language classroom. What is digital humanities? So when we hear that word, we naturally tend to understand that it is a combination of humanities and computers or digitalization together. So obviously it is the same. Digital humanities integrates computer or digital technologies with that of humanities discipline. So it is very effective to use digital resources in the field of humanities. And this digital humanities can be very effective in education where multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approaches are implemented. So when there is a encouragement from the management or from the government to integrate subjects and bring out multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary flavors in the research or in the classroom, this kind of digital humanities helps a lot. And why do we need it? at this point of time. So we were not talking about this digital scenario in the beginnings. So there is always a misconception that English faculty members or faculty of humanities are always traditional in their approach. So that is a misconception. We never tend to use digital technologies in the classroom. So now the COVID situation has changed the whole thing as such, and the changing scenario of teaching is entirely taken a big turn. So a new approach and techniques in teaching are introduced and evolved. Now we are all into online or virtual classrooms, webinars and conferences, and FDPs are online. So everything has become digitalized rather. So the National Education Policy, which was formed recently, they have also told to have an interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary or cross-cultural research in almost all the areas, so that there will be a different flavor that is coming out. The output will be a different one. So when I was browsing through the web, I understood that there are different things that is happening around. So when we are combining humanities and science together, so what is the outcome that we will get? So what is the characteristics of humanities research and what is the characteristics of science research? How it can be integrated and what will be the output of it? So this Venn diagram will help you understand how this research can be done. The humanities and science combination can be done. And when we say humanities as such in English language classroom, we tend to always feel that literature is something that has to have a creative or visual imagination that happens into your mind. Okay. And language skills, and also that has to be now acquired digitally. That has become the need of the hour. Digital language skills acquisition has become very much essential. So digital listening, everything has become, LSRW skills has become like digital listening, speaking, reading and writing. So everything is digital. So the practice has to be done in that, rather than we are not able to go and teach them directly or make them practice it directly. So it has become very much essential for us to find new ways to teach them or enhance their skills in that. And the computer replaces pen and the printed book, so naturally we have to switch back to it. And this, what will be this useful for? So it will help us develop our critical thinking skills. It is not only for the students, but also teachers will start thinking in a different way. They start critically thinking and helping the students to think critically. So that is the need of the hour. We start asking why questions a lot. Students also start asking why questions. So that they understand different views of different things. They'll become more skilled writers through an engagement with writing also. So this is these are some of the things that I have thought about using in the English language classroom scenario. And when we are flipping or blending classrooms using any LMS platform like Google Classroom or Moodle, or whatever it is, so in that situation, students tend to understand the concepts in a different way. Each one will have a different idea about the concept that has been taught, or even if they read a novel, each one will have different views about the novel, about the writer, about the setting, everything. So it will be totally an experimental class based on the collaborative discourse. They exchange their thoughts, what they have understood, what they have noticed, what the others have not noticed. So all these things will be collaborated there. And creating a blog for the class is a very, very effective one, because students write about the things that they see, maybe in their environment, in their town, in their or about the news or about any general things. So they can share their ideas or creativity in a common blog, so that the others also will tend to read it, and they also comment about it, or they also tend to give suggestions to improve. So peer learning is very effective when we are into collaborative or creative block. And we always have that character analysis. So when we are having that character analysis or character sketching, this interactive mapping of it will help them to remember the nature of the characters very well. And when I was telling you about collaborative research, so working with the Department of Management will help them to enhance their writing skills in contents for the startups. And with visual communication department, they can improve their script writing skills. They can do the theater performance. So these kind of collaborations will happen when they are combining with the other departments. Now, what is the benefits of digital humanities? So this is actually an integration of qualitative and quantitative approaches. So students know what is the quality of the research that they are doing, what is the quality of the materials that they are understanding, what is the quantitative approach. When you see the students of literature, they might not have gone deep into data analysis and all. So, but when you see the students of language, they might be into it. The students who know linguistics, they'll be better knowing, or students who are into English language learning, they understand data analysis. But the literature students, they might not. So, content, when they work with the other department, they understand how to manage the contents, how a data analysis can be done, how they can access information easily, and they experience more. Their experience will be more, and they'll be able to see more things, and this will improve their collaboration. So that is one factor, and this research, which is collaborative one, will have a lot of impact on the public. So that is one good thing that happens in the digital humanities platform. I have just given a rough figure about what digital humanities is, as the time constraint is stopping me from doing it. So I hope I have just touched the basics of it. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was again quite interesting, a different paper, because digital humanities was one of our topics, one of our themes, sub-themes, and we haven't received many papers on that. Thank you, ma'am. And are you online, ma'am? Radhika, ma'am. Unmute. Unmute, ma'am. Are you online? Hello, Radhika, ma'am. You have been unmuted. Or unmute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Radhika.
I was trying to unmute.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Okay. Yeah. Many of us are not that familiar with all these buttons.
Okay. Yeah.
I understand. Ma'am, do you want to, I don't find any questions here, because anyway, that was a good paper, ma'am, because digital humanities was one of our sub-themes, and we haven't received many papers on that. So
actually, I was impressed by that topic. Really? That is why I wanted to research on it.
Yeah, great. So, nice, maybe you have the pick of the day, and let us pass on to the next, because we are running short of it. Thank you for your presentation, ma'am. And now next is the presenter's name is Sanjna Palawat. She's a research scholar from Department of English, CS University, India, and she's a UGC NET JRF holder and a research scholar in the department, and university name is Chaudhary Charan Singh University, and her topic for the day is learning literature digitally in COVID-19, an analysis in context of Plato's cave theory. Oh, that's interesting. So let me move to her presentation now.
Why? Oh, no, it's here.
Learning literature digitally in COVID-19. Hello everyone, my name is Sanjana Plawat. I am a PhD research scholar at Department of English, Chaudhry Charan Singh University, India. Before beginning my presentation, I would like to thank Christ College and Dr. KJ Varghese sir for providing me with this opportunity to present my thoughts at this two-day online international conference in English literature and language education, embracing change in COVID-19 times. The topic of my presentation is Learning Literature Digitally in COVID-19, an analysis in context of Plato's cave theory. Learning Literature Digitally in COVID-19, an analysis in context of Plato's cave theory. The turbulent period brought upon the humanity by the COVID-19 pandemic has severely affected the life at multiple levels, with education being one of them. With literature being a subject of art and closely connected to nature, the digital learning platform has hugely impacted the learning process of these students. Plato studies the effect of education and lack of it in a nature. In the context of cave theory in his book The Republic, in the present scenario, we need to revisit the cave theory of Plato to understand to which extent we must incorporate digital learning in literature. Cave theory is a dialectic dialogue between Plato's brother Glaucon and Socrates, where the latter discusses about a cave in which many people are bound to live all their life, being chained to the blank wall of cave and looking at the projected shadows of the passers-by falling on the wall as a result of the burning fire at the mouth of the cave, as you can see in the picture. Plato explains Socrates' dialogue as stressing the need to free oneself from the prison of manufactured reality, which can only be attained by moving out of the darkness of the cave. Thus, the quarantine period may be a buffer time to rejuvenate life and brood upon the existence, but real absorption of knowledge can only be made possible if our existence is not defined by the four walls of room and a virtual learning platform. During the current period of COVID-19 contagion, literature students have been presented with all sorts of digital learning platforms in form of online courses, webinars, video lectures, and virtual classes. But the danger lies in the fact that a large population of students may become so accustomed to digital learning that they may not prefer to move beyond the virtual classroom at all. The people in the cave too become so habitual to stay within the dark walls of the cave that they do not strive to go out and find reality behind the existence of the shadows of the walls, and as a result they remain aloof from the real life, as they do not have knowledge of a better existence beyond the cave in first place. The prisoners inside the cave only see the shadows of the outside elements made on the walls due to the fire at the mouth of the cave, which is representative of the ideologies that govern a life and evade us far away from the real object. When prisoners break the bonds and enter the real world, they realize what they had been missing and attain the warmth of light of true knowledge symbolized by sun. Similarly, the print text represents the author version in true form, and virtual multimodality in form of cinema or web series distorts the original narration of the author. In worst case scenario, the learner may experience psychological trauma on being unable to comprehend the higher level real existence, and thus the precaution should be taken at the early stage of the learning itself. Plato describes in The Republic that the prisoners in the cave view the shadows in the same manner just as puppet showmen have screens in front of them at which they work their puppets. In the similar manner, virtual discourse cannot match the face-to-face classroom sessions that occur in a smooth flow without any technical glitch such as loss of connectivity or audiovisual problem. Thus, this transhumanist problem stresses the idea that a machine cannot replace the real human in terms of learning, and virtual world should be considered an echo of the real learning process and not the end in itself. Thus, as a Thus, a true philosopher is the one who develops a deep understanding to escape the cave and projects the right images for people in the cave. But in the period of current pandemic, many people are misusing the online teaching platform to project wrong teachings to gullible students in the name of the light of knowledge just to earn money. As a result, digital learning cannot be taken at face value all the time until and unless the sources and accreditation of the teachers and organizations are verified. Plato describes that not all people are fortunate enough to escape the dark life of ignorance in the cave, and the light of knowledge cannot reach them. Sadly, this is a harsh truth in the present scenario of the pandemic, where every student is not endowed with technical tools such as laptop, Wi-Fi, electricity, and it is impossible to consider the online teaching as all-inclusive for students. As a result, digital learning platform renders a class bias for students and makes us consider the issue of the materialist monopoly that is taking the education culture away from being idea-centered to object-centered. Plato learns from Socrates that a philosopher teacher who attains the higher truth by escaping from the cave must return back to the cave to enlighten the minds of the people living in the darkness of ignorance, and thus the teachers and colleagues who are fortunate to be endowed with the digital amenities should support people with less technical means. Also, less high-tech alternate learning platforms such as audio clips, PDFs, and PPTs and email should be given preference as they generally find reach to a larger audience. Plato offers a continuum to the reader to understand the epistemological variations through the journey of the prisoner from the cave to the object to fire, and finally attaining the ultimate true knowledge in form of sun in real world. Thus, the visible or virtual world may be a refuge for the time being, but the realization of the fact of a flower being different from its shadow is at the root of real learning of the concepts of the world. The coronavirus has taught the humanity to pay heed to real or biological at a time when we were too sure of our technological advancements, and at the same time technology has turned out to be a boon to continue the learning process amid the pandemic. So post-pandemic human must be post-digital and embrace learning in both real and digital world in a balanced manner. To conclude, digital humanities no doubt has offered infinite learning opportunities during the crisis of COVID-19 pandemic, but at the same time, both teachers and learners must ensure that it does not replace the essence of original face-to-face learning. Plato's cave theory gives us enough evidence to support the fact that the virtual images may suffice for a temporary period, but it is the enlightenment of the true knowledge of real world that is at the base of all philosophies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika. That was also a different presentation. And are you online? We have been asking you to unmute yourself. Have you unmuted? Okay, I think she has some connectivity problem. So we are passing on to the next presenter. Next presenter is Mr. Shubhajit Dey, an MPhil scholar from Dr. C.V. Raman University, Kota, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. And he has his MA from CSJM University. And his topic for discussion is changing and challenging trends of teaching in COVID-19, a study. So over to you, Mr. Shubhajit Dey.
To take part in this web. Hello, everybody. It is my proud privilege to be here and to address you. First of all, my thanks to the Department of English, Christ College, Kerala, India, for organizing such a beautiful international webinar and allow me to take part in this webinar. I am Subhajit De, MPhil Scholar of Dr. C.V. Raman University, Chhattisgarh. Today, my topic is Changing and Challenging Trends of Teaching in COVID-19, a Study. Contents: Introduction, Methodology, Educational Technology, Importance of Virtual Classes, Changeable Challenges, Conclusion. Introduction. Staying home, social distancing, and digital collaborations are new normal during this COVID-19 pandemic. The show must go on. It's nature's call to transform society. We have to transform considering the situation. Education has a great relation with other words like educare, educre, and educatum. These three words, educare, educre, and educatum, indicates the actual goal of the education, because education is dynamic with its practical value. The aim of education is to make progressive our society daily. Methodology. Research is done in a scientific and systematic way, increase the knowledge and understanding of a subject. Study of different subjects cannot be done in one methodology. Therefore, different methodology is used according to the subject. A research topic will be explained by using descriptive methodology. Educational technology. Educational technology and technology in education are correlated. We cannot deny the digitalization of education. Different education commissions in India suggest to use modern equipments in teaching learning process. UGC also introduced CBCS system, that means choice-based credit system, and recently allowed students for their dual learning process. Few years ago, UGC also introduced a channel named Gyana Darshan in Doordarshan for the students. Oxford University recently started multidisciplinary learning. Now we have digital library, digital platforms, which is very useful in this pandemic. Importance of virtual classes. Though virtual classes have few problems, but only virtual classes can solve problems in this pandemic. So it is the right time for the teachers, students, parents, and society to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Virtual classes can explore opportunities by reaching all kinds of learners. Flexibility is the way of freedom in modern and pandemic educational scenario. Perhaps it is our last chance to shift from local to global, that means virtually global. Considering the population and socio-economic condition of our country, we have to easy with virtual classes, which become part and parcel of modern educational system of the universe. Learning and earning side by side at the same time is the call of modern age. Changeable challenges. Changeable challenges are the sunshine of the society. Teachers have to introduce new teaching methodology to make digital classes live. New curriculum needs in this time to draw the attention of the learner. Not only learners, but also teachers and parents have to assess time to time. It helps learners' development. Overall assessment is better than one-time evaluation. New and modern teaching aids, different types of lesson plan must be introduced by the teachers to develop his teaching quality. Teachers' responsibility to make visual classroom emotional like live sports matches, because teachers the role model of the learners to develop this teaching learning process, teacher's role is very important, and we must involve parents in this visual classroom by the teachers for the overall development of education. Conclusion. We cannot avoid importance of virtual classes. Physical classes and virtual classes are correlated with each other. Digitization is the benediction of pandemic in modern teaching. Again, thank you everybody. Stay home, stay safe.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And anyway, you combined it very well. A kind of blended learning, okay, educational technology and face-to-face teaching, and maybe the post-COVID scenario will be that of blended learning and flipped classrooms. And you rightly said it, sir. That was good. And do you have anything to add to it?
You know, sir, I
We
just
don't have
highlight two things. That is,
yeah,
learning by earning in this economic situation and of our country.
Okay.
Two students should get opportunity from the authority or the like UGC or HRDA, that they must recognize their visual classes, because in our country sometimes it is happened that so many students or so many people who students coming from different kinds of background, they are not economically so sound, so they needs learning and earning both at a time. So I think that these virtual classes will help those students. So it is one kind of blessings to them, sir.
Okay, that's great, sir. Anyway, that was nice. Nice listening to you. We are running short of time. Okay, we are maybe behind the schedule by one and a half hours. Okay, sir. So we'll meet again. Do join us today and stay online, and do join us tomorrow. And we are.
Okay, Chef. Thank you very much
thank
for
you.
arranging such a webinar, and especially thanks to you, sir.
Thank you. It's our teamwork, sir. Okay. Now we move on to Srijit K. Marar, and his topic is healing literature to the destroyer Corona, never a dead end for literature. A very optimistic topic, and he's a postgraduate student. And now let's go to his presentation. VLC.
I'm Srijit K. Marar from Sahodaya College, Kodagara. I'm doing my Masters in English, and I'm here to present a paper on the healing powers of literature, the healer literature over the destroyer Corona. So, last Sunday, I read in the Sunday Times, that the most worthless job or the most useless job is a job of an artist during the time of pandemic. And this news made me think a lot, because during the time of pandemic, some people think that only doctors, nurses, or hospitality sectors, or people who can help is given an opportunity. But if there is no artist, then what would happen to our tomorrow? That is what I am going to discuss in this presentation. So, let me make the point clear, first of all, that life before and after this pandemic won't be similar. Just like an war or neither pandemics which the decades before happened. So, first let me tell that certain things are coming back to a society which can be thought as a positive sign, happened by the most negative, the most dangerous, COVID-19. So what is it? Like, they have discovered something lost. Not just lost, but was extinct. Something called reading. People had no time, as they were always running behind their life. They were always running to make money. And now, sitting at their house, their home sweet home, where they call the safest place, they don't know what to do. And they have no other jobs other than to sit idle. Maybe they just have mobiles for their use. Of course, without mobile we can't even think of sitting at home. So this home quarantine did make a great difference to all our lives, because being quarantined made us think that what am I more than my profession? If I am a doctor, I have my own jobs. What if I'm an engineer? What if I'm something like in my student, or like what happens if I am a doctor but I'm a dentist? So such things can be given a thought, because they don't have work, so they're free all the time. So what can I do at my house to make it more happy? Like, these days depressions are getting so big, and the suicides caused by depressions are so high, and the cause of this depression is the main factor that he or she doesn't know what to do, because he or she is stuck. They just have a rethink that what can we do. And the people who got into deep depression was those who didn't get an answer. But here am I with the answer. Literature is the best medicine one can give. Like, it's a proven statistics that music can heal. Like, it is given as a medicine to people. But there are works like storytelling is told to be a healing factor, a medicine, by the work of Cecilia Simon. Cecilia Simon has wrote a work on it. So it's not something impossible. Like, the Harvard Medical School has proved that even stories, even books can heal a man. Means both men and women. So this thing who has a healing power is so high, because depressions are much painful than coronavirus. That is a proven fact, my dear friends. And what I have to say is, if we have something to look upon, because nowadays we are finding ourselves, we are being an artist, we are being like bottle art maker, many just work on bottle arts, and everyone is finding one way or other to be creative, because being creative makes a better thing for time, like time well spent. Of course, people just say that time can heal the wounds, but I don't think that's true, because literature can heal, I know that, but time doesn't. Because if time can heal, then we must be like having a loss of memory, like saying that we have moved on, but still it remains here. But reading a good book, reading something worth, can transform a person, that I know for sure. And this transformation can be done by reading such awesome books. Okay, Like if you take into consideration Paulo Coelho's Alchemist, or you just take Toni Morrison's Beloved, or Arundhati Roy's God of Small Things, like Days Without End by Sebastian Barry, or like Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. Such things inspire us so much more than like something called mobile or something else. And during this time of pandemic, we are finding time for our family, which is much less. Like when we comes to home after our work, we would be so tired and we would be like immersed into our own things, and that there wasn't a chat between the family. But due to this, as we have no other time, we have here made a more bonding, for we have made our communications much more worth it. We started to communicate with a lot of people and our family members, and we come to know them more. So what I am trying to explain is that there have been so much bad things. It's true, deaths have been caused, but literature is a healer. And if you get the right book in your hand, then you can be locked in the house. You just need the food, and the book is enough, and it can heal, or it can just destroy the corona. Because if you have a good heart, if you have a healthy heart, a heart which is free, then your mind would be happy. If your mind would be happy, then the body just cooperates to it, and there won't be a disease. That's all. Thank you.
Oh, that was interesting. Totally different perspective of literature. Literature as a healer. And your argument was also really good. Anyway, congrats, Srijit Marar. Are you online now?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay. I think there are, literature therapy, something like music therapy. Wonderful. Okay, that's a comment from Sharanya Narayanan. Okay, then let me see any other questions. Okay, so Srijit, that was wonderful. Why don't you develop it into a thesis or something like that? Okay, with the theories that you have mentioned. I think it will be very much appreciated. Literature as a healer, because music as a healer is an established thing, but literature as a healer, and the arguments I think are, quite intelligent, which you can very well, apply into a thesis, or you can do a research on that. Okay, all the best. Now it's the turn of Stephen Mary Das, Assistant Professor in Contract, KG College, Pambadi, and his title is Criticism in the Digital Age. Criticism in the digital age. So let's move on to him for the presentation. And after this, we'll be having one more presentation by Livia. Since she has sent the link, it takes a bit more time. That's why we have kept it to the last. Okay, so
which would be on everyone. I would like to start the presentation by thanking the organizers of the webinar for giving me the opportunity. And without any further ado, I would jump right in to my paper, which would be on criticism in the digital age. It would be a study on how digital humanities would impact existing critical methodologies, and how inversely critical methodologies need to evolve in order to understand the age of digital literature and digital texts. Is a microcosm of what culture is as understood in culture studies. These array of intermingled discourses is what culture studies understand culture as, and internet is exactly that. Internet becomes a microcosm of culture. The problem faced by practitioners of culture studies was the difficulty in attaining these material, but internet makes it possible. And which would lead us to the understanding that we are at the late age of print. Humanities also need to resurrect from its embeddedness with the print material. Although digital humanities have started, I think humanities research are still stuck in the age of print. The revolutionary destruction of the book is imminent. Critical observations lamenting the death of the physical book has been made, but it's most often than not very emotional and sentimental, and I don't think it warrants such a lamentation. The theory of aura has been used to understand the end of the print age and the beginning of the digital age. The aura theory was proposed by Walter Benjamin to address the issue of aura that surrounds an artwork. An artwork is unique and exists uniquely in space-time. Print material have always been has not understood itself in this aura theory, but towards the end of print age, we understand now that the print media also has an aura. And that aura lies not in the uniqueness of the printed material, because you can print a lot of materials. The aura lies in the linearity of the print. But now what happens in the digital space is that digital text do not exist in a linear fashion. It is embedded in the sea of data, sea of text available in the internet, in the forms of ones and zeros, which should be conjured up into a text when a user needs it. So the linear existence of a text in the literary space does not apply anymore, which requires us to change the way in which we deal with text as well. Cultural studies and digitized humanities have so much in common because cultural studies have already anticipated the sort of situation we find ourselves in with digitized world. Because cultural studies have always understood culture as a conglomeration of all digital production. But others, literary studies, have always given importance to the textual material at hand. But cultural studies, in its very definition, is a long history of efforts to theorize and grasp the mutual determinant and interrelations of cultural forms and historical forces. This is an anticipation of digital humanities. Text become multivocal sites of ideological exchange, deeply embedded in the everyday terrain which cultural studies takes as its primary objective analysis. What have been the problem with culture studies was that it was hard for it to deal with the vast array of culture productions that was available, but digitized humanities makes it possible. When text starts living enmeshed in a web of concurrent contemporary cultural productions, tools of traditional readings must give way to discursive practices promoted by proponents of cultural studies. Due to the lack of time, I am coming into the conclusion. The digital archive requires a hybrid type of critical work, one which matches the ability to pursue connections across texts with a studied awareness of historical specificity of the printed word. The decline of print's aura, in other words, allows us to begin to explore hitherto invisible contingencies of print culture and its reading practices. Digitized text and the ability to create hyperlinked tables of search results allow us to manipulate the printed word with ease, uncovering discursive tensions in institutional practices elided by the linear nature of the printed text that hitherto existed. Cultural studies and digital technology, in other words, each activate each other in generating the coordinates by which we can begin to understand the infinite density of culture in the age of its digital reproduction. So critical study should, in all aspects of critical study, should adapt methodologies of culture studies because that is better suited to understand texts that no longer exist uniquely or linearly in a library. And that would bring us to the end of my presentation. Again, thanking you for your participation in this small presentation, and once again, thank you for the organizers for the opportunity. Have a nice day.
So that was nice. Again, digital humanities and cultural studies. A bit of the root presentation, which we all enjoyed. Are you online? Stephen Meridas, are you online? Hello. I think there are no questions. And hence, Stephen, hello. Could you unmute and speak?
Yes.
Okay. I've been calling you. Yeah, you have been unmuted now. So, maybe we are at the fag end of our day presentation. So it was nice paper because it was again slightly different. I think more of the literature papers came towards the end of the day. Interesting. Do you want to add on to anything? Next one is the last presentation by Livia, because it was sent as online link. So we need at least maybe 1 or 2 minutes. That's why we kept it for the last. Anything to add to what you presented, Stephen?
No, I just wanted to add that literary criticism should adapt to the fact that in a digital age, the hierarchy that existed in criticism does not exist anymore. If you're reading high poetry in internet, you're also seeing YouTube ads, you're also seeing TikTok videos at the same time. So the hierarchy that existed in critical studies should not exist anymore. cultural studies experts have already said this. They've argued for this for the longest time, but now it is becoming physical reality, where high text and pop culture and everything exists together in the world of internet.
Yeah,
so I think
that's it.
teachers and critics, I think, need to adapt to the fact that literature, the high literature, does not exist in its linearity or in a unique form anymore.
Okay. Of course, it's debatable. Let's see how people respond to it anyway. Very good for throwing such an idea to the minds of the people and let them decide. Okay. So next, we are moving on to the presentation by Livia. And Livia is going to speak on a study of metacognitive awareness among secondary school students in Pune. And she has been in the education field for 6 years. She was also working as a principal, and she did work as an assistant professor of education, her basic degrees in English, but she has also her master's in education. So she's a person who combines both English, MA English and MEd, so that maximum output comes. So she's here, and maybe in 2 minutes time we'll have her presentation, because it has to be caught online. Okay, so just 2 minutes, and this is going to be the last presentation of the day, and we'll be meeting tomorrow exactly at 9:30, and let's see if we can but since this is presentations, discussions, there's every chance that the scheduled time will be a bit more prolonged, maybe like 1 hour or so. Okay, so please bear with us. Please stay back, because we are discussing literature, we are discussing education, and through that we are going to be better teachers, better humans. Okay, now over to Livia for her presentation.
Greetings of the day, everyone. I am Livia PV. I am a research scholar of SNDT Women's University, Pune, Maharashtra, India. I hold a master's degree in English literature, as well as I have an MEd, and I'm currently pursuing PhD in education. I've been working as both assistant professor in educational colleges as well as a school principal for CBSE schools, and I also have experience of CBSE master training that has been coaching many principals and teachers to have a better professional life. And I'm currently taking a little time off for my PhD studies. So now the study here is a study of metacognitive awareness among secondary school students in Pune. The current pandemic situation has thrown us out of gear a little, but it adds up to a greater cause. The swift changes, whatever has been happening now, makes the world being reconstructed again, politically, economically, as well as educational scenario. English language, its importance has gone up as a link of changing platforms of communication that has been happening now, as well as learning among the many stakeholders of education. Thus, its importance is still increasing in the secondary level of education, in school education. So many efforts have been put forward to improve the interest and motivate the kids to better learning English. Now it's the researchers' little humble trial to introduce a strategy like metacognition, which can enhance the students' achievement in English language acquisition in schools. But many years, the educational psychologists have been promoting the importance of metacognition. Why? Because it brings out the understanding about the content, what we are learning, and the strategies that can be used for learning. What is this metacognition? Metacognition refers to the process of keeping an eye on one's own thoughts and performance. Now, this has been said by the main component, John Flavel. The higher order cognitive process, it's metacognition. It's thinking about the thinking, cognition about the cognition. There are two major components for this: metacognitive knowledge and its regulation. Now, what knowledge is? What skills we use, about what skills we know that we use to learn, and which works best for me as a learner, and how I process this information. It's again split into declarative, procedural, and conditional. And there is metacognitive regulation. It has 5 aspects mainly. It is planning, information management strategies, comprehension monitoring, debugging strategies, and evaluation. Why the study? Through the study, we can understand why should we establish a motivation to learn the metacognition process for the students, especially in the secondary levels. That's when they start to think about their learning, the purpose of the learning. The proposed study will motivate the educators, as teachers and principals, to rely on metacognitive strategies for their studies and the further resolution of the problems. Promoting metacognition begins with building an awareness among learners that metacognition exists. We should know that the existence of metacognition is there. Only then we can utilize them for the learning, and you can increase the academic success. Many of the recent researchers indicate that the metacognitively aware learners or aware adults are more strategic and perform better than the metacognitively unaware learners and individuals, and because it allows them to plan, sequence, monitor their learning. The objective is to know the existing situation of metacognitive awareness among CBSE class 9 students in Pune. Now, as you can see, the methodology used here is survey method. This one is the basic research method, and here the population and sample is all students of class 9 CBSE schools in Pune district formed the population, and the sample is selected from Pune district, Maharashtra state, India. Sampling has been random sampling. As you can see here, the map which shows is the whole Pune district, and when you split in that into 5 directions, that is northeast, the table, the upside table, northeast, south, west, central, the researcher has selected or randomly taken out the tehsils, 5 tehsils, and the sample size has been 10 schools, that is 2 from 5 tehsils or talukas in Pune district. The list you can see there, the white chart. The tool used for this is the Metacognitive Awareness Inventory. Now, this has been designed by Shaw and Dennison in 1994. This has been the most reliable tool for checking out the metacognitive awareness. And it has been designed especially for the adults, and it continues to be studied, to be used in the studies. This inventory consists of 52 statements in yes or no column. There is Likert scale also, but for this present research, the yes or no column has been used. And it obviously represents two component categories, that is metacognitive knowledge and metacognitive regulation. The findings of the study has been 28% of the one in the lighter color, the first one, 28% students have higher metacognitive awareness, whereas 47% falls into average metacognitive awareness and 25% has low metacognitive awareness. So from this study, what we can understand is teachers should know the individual difference and the individual levels. That is, the one class, one size doesn't fit all. Each has different metacognitive awareness, and we should be helping them to develop the metacognitive awareness among the students. And this can be done in recommendations are other age groups also. We can utilize the same study, and this data can be leading to developing a metacognitive strategic program to increase the level of metacognition. So that will go to product development as well as the experimental stage, and it can be implemented to the other sections of secondary education. Now I have given the references here, so I think it has been simple and easy to understand. Thank you.
Yes, and that was a great presentation, Olivia, a true research presentation, I should say, when compared to, because there were narrative presentations. But when it comes to your presentation, though we had it as the last presentation, it was really a nice one. You did well. And you have something to share with us? The experience,
much,
maybe.
Just to say that the survey was only the first stage of the research, because it's my PhD research.
Yes.
And the product development, the program development, and the experimental stage follows it.
Okay.
So that is yet to come, and I'm working on that.
Okay, that's great. I think we are going to unmute everyone. You can have because I'm sure we should have closed by 1:30, but it's now 3:30 past. It was all discussions, let me tell you. The technological glitches might have taken 10 to 15 minutes. That's all. Otherwise, we were online. We have been discussing. And it was a wonderful discussion, especially during the pandemic time. Okay, how literature studies, how language studies can be bettered. Thanks for sharing. I'm sure that most of you did benefit from this. In fact, it was a great learning experience for me and for my team. No doubt about it. So we are going to unmute everyone. If you have something to say, we'll wait for just 5 minutes and wind up for the day. And tomorrow we'll be again meeting at 9:30 sharp. Okay, and we hope to wind up by maybe by 2 o'clock, 2 or 2:30, the maximum. Okay, and it will have been again. We have 3 keynote speeches tomorrow, 3. Okay, regarding language and education, and we have almost 18 to 20 presenters tomorrow too. So let's, especially during this pandemic time, let's be virtually together, the whole world together, and think of how we can better teaching of language and literature, and how we can contribute the little what we can to better ourselves in teaching. And it also stands for professional development. That is part of this webinar, because recently we had a kind of meeting where we came to an agreement, or we came to a solution that teachers who are not networking are not working. Teachers who are not networking are not working. Okay, that's for our professional development. So we are unmuting everyone. If you have something to say, please say we can interact, and for 5 minutes, and by the time we'll just wind up. Okay. Anyone? Are you all tired if you have been listening to all the sessions continuously from 9:30 onwards? I'm sure that you'll be tired. Or shall we call it a day? What do you say? I think I've unmuted everyone.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me? Varghese?
Yeah, sure,
Hello?
sure. Who is speaking now?
I'm Priyanka Banerjee speaking.
Hello,
Kolkata.
Priyanka. Okay,
Yeah,
in fact,
hello.
that's great because we couldn't give you, I never saw you online. That's it. Okay. It
Yeah,
was
I
a
was
wonderful
online.
presentation. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, first of all, thanks to all of my friends. Thanks to you very much.
Okay.
I have one question. You see,
Yes.
especially in Bengal,
Yes.
our colleges lack smart classrooms.
Yeah.
Okay, very few colleges really have rooms, and students are coming from villages, from rural parts of Bengal. They are not much acquainted with these kind of online learning process, and teachers are also not much trained, I must
Yeah.
say. So my point is that why doesn't the government introduce training for the college professors also? Professors also need training. Okay,
Sure.
because most of the senior professors, they are not much acquainted with this digital process of teaching. So that's the important point which I think that none has introduced in
Okay.
the
No,
discussion.
they were, I
Okay.
think they were speaking on that.
About. Yeah,
Okay,
but about
very
teachers
much,
training.
because
Okay.
they are very much worried about, yeah, of course, teachers training. I think we have 1 or 2 papers tomorrow, how teacher education, teacher training can be done, all this, because first teachers will have to be trained to teach online for remote teaching, then only it will work. Naturally, I
And
think we
another
have 2 or
thing,
3 papers.
another thing, Varghese, I would like to talk about it. That is, some of my students, from my college, they complain to me that they are missing that, element of vibration, okay, but positive vibration when the digital classes are going on. So that's a big difference, and they lose interest. They're losing interest in online classes. So that's the psychological problem that perhaps this
That's
online classes.
100% a psychological problem, because the new normal, we just don't know, because the COVID has divided into BC and AC. BC is before Corona and after Corona. So naturally, let's see how the new normal is going to be, and we will discuss on that. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I think Nick, the lead speaker, wants to say something. Sir, are you online, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Okay,
Can you
that's
hear me?
great. So I think you began the conference, sir, and you can also wind up the conference. Okay?
Oh, thank you so much. I'm honored.
Okay.
I just wanted to answer, to some people, teachers here,
Yes.
presenters and attendees, who are asking about how to teach in a mixed level classroom literature, for example. No?
Okay.
So just wanted to say that in my life, I have read more than 30,000 books. So I think I can qualify as a reader.
Yeah, 100%, sir.
So
you are more than a reader, I should say.
I firmly believe I'm a very passionate reader, and now also a professional by international bodies and associations and organizations from Cambridge, Trinity, Pearson, Oxford, you name it, I got it, yes. So I'm a professionally recognized reader, yes. So you just name it, and I've read it. Classics, mystery, fantasy,
that's great, sir.
nonfiction,
Because no, when you
comic
send me,
books.
when you send me your CV, I did circulate among my colleagues, and they were in fact just surprised to see
Thank you.
4 PhDs, and the next one. We are all very much happy with our first PhD. Okay.
Yeah,
So
well,
you
the
are
fact
a true learner, sir. You're a
there
true
is
learner.
no limit. there is no limit. There is
I
no
think
limit
I'm
to the
reminded
power
of
the mind.
Ulysses. I'm reminded of Ulysses who wants to, what do you call, search
Well,
for knowledge.
Ulysses,
Hello,
yes,
Nick, sir.
Ulysses
Can I
lives
quote from
from.
Ulysses that famous line? Just try to seek and not to rust and vanish.
Yeah. That's it.
Yes, so there is no such a thing as perfection. There is no such a thing as perfection, but the power of the mind is limitless. Yes.
That's it. Power of the mind.
The limit is not the sky. Don't trust people who tell you that the limit is the sky. There are other universes around here.
Yeah.
Yes. So as I told you, I have read everything, even the back of the shampoo or milk bottle.
Oh.
So
you are 100%. You're beyond a reader. You're more than a reader, sir. That's it.
Yeah.
Cannot be called
being
just a coward. I don't know what word can. Yeah.
Yeah. So being a person who loves books so much, I'm very fortunate to have found a career that's all about passing his love on to young people. Here are all the reasons why I love being a teacher. Because I love books. I've mentioned that.
Great,
right?
sir. Because we understand your dedication. See, you are there from 9:30 to what do you call almost 4 o'clock in India. Okay, that's the Indian time that you say. It's almost 6 to 7 hours constantly listening to our presenters. I don't know how many of our own friends, our own researchers, our own teachers have had the patience to sit through the whole session, listen to it.
I hope everyone. I woke up.
I know you woke up very early.
In the morning here, and when you started, it was 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Yeah, I understand. Even
in the morning,
Dr. Gada Tosin, okay, our second speaker was. Thank you very much, ma'am, because I know Egypt you got up so early. And you're still with us.
I didn't sleep, Reggie.
I understand. You didn't sleep well. But I was wondering whether I should ask for a video because I did not disturb your sleep. But ma'am, you were there and had a wonderful session. And our chat box shows that a lot of appreciation for the keynote speakers. And this will be repeated tomorrow too, ma'am. We have 3 speakers. Keynote speakers and around 20 presenters. I want both of the keynote speaker, if time permits, join us so that it will be together we learn. And nowadays we say what they call sharing is caring. So let's share our knowledge. Let's care for others. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us, and thank you all the participants, keynote speakers, everyone. Thank you very much. Let me close for the day. Shall I?
Of course.
Okay. So thank you very much. So meet you tomorrow at 9:30 sharp. With 3 more keynote speakers and 18 to 20 presenters. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Dawson. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you,
Thanks,
everyone.
Doctor.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you, Bushara.